screen some equipment. Yeah? Okay.
That's why I'm scanning out.
Let's see. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just a general announcement for coaches and coxswains. Please make sure that your coxswain weighs in before their race. So you do have to weigh in every day at the regatta. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the Western Intercollegiate Rowing Association Championships. This year's event sees 36 different clubs and teams from across the Western region. WIRA is the Western Regional Organization whose membership is comprised of at least 40 different rowing programs at all different division levels, representing colleges and universities in 5 different Western states. WIRA includes nearly all programs outside of the Pac-12 conference. Today's racing will include Division 1, 2, 3, and club competitions. We'll be seeing some grand finals as well as some petite finals, and we will be starting shortly with the first race of the day, the men's Varsity 8 petite final.
And we're starting the day with the men's Varsity 8 Petite Final. In lane 1, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 2, USC. Lane 3, Arizona State. Lane 4, Loyola Marymount. Lane 5, Lewis and Clark. Lane 6, Western Washington. And Lane 7, Chico State. And we are off through the breakage point here, and as soon as this race starts to shake out just a little bit, we will give you some better placing. But it looks like right now our current leader, just by a seat or two, is USC in lane 2, followed by lane 4, Loyola Marymount, followed by lane 6, Western Washington.
All right, and just shy of the first 500 meters gone, it does look like USC has the lead by about 2 seats right now over Loyola Marymount University. In the third place position, we're going to move over to lane 1. That's UC Santa Barbara, sitting just shy of both USC and LMU. Those two boats really close to each other, separated just by a couple of seats. In fourth, it looks like Lewis and Clark with about 2 seats over Arizona State and Western Washington. Still in contact is Chico State out in lane 7, but those top 3 boats, USC, LMU, and UC Santa Barbara, separating themselves now by open water over the rest of the field. Good showing here by USC as they continue to hold on to that lead now with about 7 seats over UC Santa Barbara. Very close to UC Santa Barbara is Loyola Marymount. I'm going to give the slight advantage for that second place position to the Lions of Loyola Marymount. All right, USC still holding on to that top spot, but they're getting challenged here by lane 1, UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara pushing themselves into the second place position, now sitting 6 seats over Loyola Marymount. Back to Loyola Marymount by open water. Lewis and Clark continues in 4th place, followed by Western Washington and then Chico.
Now, one thing that is really interesting about this UC Santa Barbara boat is they have been really, really patient through this entire race. And as we start to approach 500 meters to go, they have understroked some of these other crews just a little bit, like Loyola Marymount and USC. And that takes a lot of confidence here. So along the shore here, you will see them as they are starting to walk through USC in lane 2 and coming through the 500-meter mark now, you will see them still charging through seat by seat. And again, this takes a lot of patience from a crew. Adrian, what are you seeing here as they are actually starting to power up coming through this 500 meters to go. What are we going to see here?
Well, this is where you really see the conditioning as well as the maturity. So that USC boat has 5 freshmen in the varsity 8. That is a young crew, maybe not quite as experienced as UC Santa Barbara, but right now they're doing a great job just holding off UC Santa Barbara. So we're going to see it going to come down probably to the wire. Get yourself down to the beach here. This is going to be a great race in this second level final in the varsity 8. UC Santa Barbara sitting just behind USC as they come into the final strokes. It's the Gauchos and the Trojans coming at you. Final 300 meters here in the petite final of the men's varsity 8. Loyola Marymount continuing in third. They are followed by Lewis and Clark, Arizona State, Western Washington, and then Chico. But take a look at this all the way down to the line. Great showing here by USC as they continue to hold off UC Santa Barbara, and a hard charge here by the Lions out of lane 4 for Loyola Marymount all the way to the wire. And here comes Lewis and Clark, the Pioneers, sitting just ahead of Western Washington with Arizona in 6th. And then the Wildcats of Chico State rounding out this petite final. All right, and unofficially that is USC taking that win in the petite final with a time of 6:17.5, followed by UC Santa Barbara in a time of 6:20.0. In third, Loyola Marymount with a time of 6:21.7. All official times as well as heats can be found at clockcaster.com. Up next, it is the grand final for the men's varsity 8. In lane 1, UCLA. Lane 2, Orange Coast College. Lane 3, Washington State. Lane 4, University of San Diego. Lane 5, UC Irvine. And lane 6, UC Davis. And just a general announcement, coaches and coxswains, please listen up. For event number 51, that's the women's second varsity 8 for D2, 3, and club, Humboldt, please come to the finish line tent. The coxswain, you will need to weigh in. That is Humboldt for the women's 2v8, event number 51. And Whitney, I'm looking at the start here for this men's varsity 8 grand final. It is absolutely ideal conditions here at beautiful Lake Natoma. What an amazing day for a day of grand finals.
You know, I'm really glad you said that because it is about 55 degrees here, perfectly flat conditions. Could not ask for better water for these grand finals and petite finals here. So we are really giving these athletes an advantage here as they blast out of the blocks. This is a very, very exciting event. Again, the men's varsity 8 grand final. We have lane 1, UCLA, lane 2, Orange Coast College, lane 3, Washington State University, lane 4, University of San Diego, lane 5, UC Irvine, and lane 6, UC Davis. And it looks like we have quite an even field here so far. A few boats just falling a little bit far back. It's looking like Washington State just a few seats back. UC Irvine a few seats back. But other than that, we have 4 boats that are very, very close together here. UCLA in lane 1, Orange Coast College, the Pirates in lane 2, University of San Diego, and who is it on the outside here? We'll get a better view. UC Davis on the outside.
Yeah, a lot of connection here against these top 4 boats. Really hard to tell. Not a whole lot of separation because this is the early stages. So out of the start, we had UCLA jumping out of the gates with the fastest start. They are holding on to that lead right now by about 2 seats over Orange Coast. Orange Coast and and University of San Diego even. On the outside, it will be UC Davis, just a few seats shy of University of San Diego. But your leader is UCLA out of lane 1.
Now coming through the 500-meter mark, it's very exciting here to see UCLA, see the Bruins along the shore here. They have won the Accra Invitational at the Crew Classic very recently and should be very strong this season. I am betting a lot of money that they are going to have a very, very strong body of this race. Following not far behind is Orange Coast College, the Pirates, hanging on about 4 to 5 seats down, but UCLA still charging.
Yeah, and I've got both of those boats. UCLA, I've got them clocked at 37.5 strokes a minute. Just behind them, I've got Orange Coast at slightly lower stroke rating at 36, and University of San Diego also at a 37. So those are your top 3 crews. UCLA, your Accra defending national champion. Orange Coast College, a 2-year program. It's what I would call a feeder school into those top Division I programs, always with very fast crews sitting just off of the stern deck of that UCLA boat. But coming up to challenge is University of San Diego, so really close here for that 2nd or 3rd place position between Orange Coast and University of San Diego. Back in the 4th place spot, it is going to be Washington State University. Washington State just sitting shy of that University of San Diego boat. But back to Washington State by a bit of open water. It's going to be your 4th place crew. That's UC Davis, followed by UC Irvine.
So about 1,250 meters in, this race is about to get very exciting. If we are in the middle of the third 500 here along the shore, you are going to see the Bruins charging up the line here, and you better believe that this coxswain is glancing behind her and urging these boys on to just break them and open up more and more water. This is a very exciting position for UCLA to be in. But here we are looking at lane 4, University of San Diego, coached by Bart Thompson, absolutely making the charge on lane 2, Orange Coast College. And this is going to be a very exciting race here because they are patiently moving up forward. And we will see if we can get a little bit more view on what is happening here, but we may be seeing an overtake.
Yeah, University of San Diego doing a nice job. Maybe a little bit more patient than the Orange Coast crew, but those two boats just pacing each other right now as we come into the final 500 meters. Great racing here in this men's varsity 8. UCLA with just kind of a walk-away lead as we come into the final stages. Behind them, Orange Coast and University of San Diego battling it out for that silver medal. Right now, it looks to be dead even between the Pirates and the Toreros. Hitting the red buoys right now, it is UCLA with your lead. They're looking golden as they come into the final stages here. Behind them, the Pirates and the Toreros chasing each other down for that second or third place position. Too close to call here for that second or third place spot. Keep your eye on lanes 2 and 4.
Yeah, this is absolutely going to be a battle of wills here. Who is at the catch and who is at the finish between Orange Coast College and University of San Diego. And you know that their legs are absolutely screaming right now just to get the will to cross that finish line in that second place position. But here it's looking to me like University of San Diego just inches over Orange Coast College.
And now here come the Cougars of Washington State. Behind them it will be Davis followed by Irvine. Unofficial time there for UCLA, winning in a time of 5:56.4, followed by the University of San Diego in 6:01.5. Just behind them in third, Orange Coast College with a time of 6:02.1. Again, all of these times can be found on clockcaster.com. And we'd like to thank the Rowing Channel for this live stream and timing this event. Absolutely beautiful coverage here with the drone shots and, of course, ideal racing conditions here at Lake Natoma. Congratulations to the Bruins of UCLA for that win. All right, and coming up, it is the petite final for the women's varsity 8 for Division 2, Division 3, and club programs. In lane 1, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 2, Lewis and Clark. Lane 3, Arizona State. Lane 4, UC Davis. And lane 6, Pacific Lutheran. We'll be back with that call in just a couple of minutes. And just in front of us here, in front of the finish line tent, you'll see that UCLA crew receiving their medals. special honor here to get those while they're still sitting in the boat. But back to the racing action, we do have crews that just started their race. They're in the first few strokes here of this women's varsity 8 petite final. This is again for division 2, 3 and club programs, and we do have a good cross section of those programs. We have a couple of division 3 programs and then 3 club programs. So right now it does look like UC Santa Barbara in lane 1 has jumped out to that early lead. Right now they are sitting with a 4-seat advantage over Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark, a division 3 program rowing just outside of Portland. Lewis and Clark sitting with 1 seat over Pacific Lutheran. In 4th, it's going to be UC Davis sitting 2 seats over our 5th place crew from Arizona State.
Now, Adrian, one thing that we saw a lot yesterday was Pacific Lutheran actually showing up with a lot of these different bucket rigs in various formations. We saw doubles, we saw triples, we saw every formation, I think, that we have ever seen before and never seen before. Can you tell us anything about the advantages of bucket rigging? Why would somebody bucket rig an 8 like this?
Well, I think it's helpful to talk about what is a bucket rig. What is Whitney talking about? So if you're watching online, what you're going to see is different configurations in the oars. Usually we have port side, starboard side, all the way down in a symmetrical fashion. But sometimes in order to balance out the power, maybe balance out some of the rhythm in the boat and put some ideal rowers right next to each other, they'll put 2 athletes on the same side right next to each other. So you're seeing that in that Pacific Lutheran boat, and it does help for that boat to go a little bit straighter. It does help to balance out the power. You'll generally see that in the middle of the boat. So on the very bottom of your screen, you're going to see 2 starboard oars right next to each other. That's the bucket rig that we're talking about. Back to the racing, however, UC Santa Barbara doing a great job here now with open water over the rest of the field. So still a lot of contact here between all 5 crews, but UC Santa Barbara has broken away just slightly from the rest of the field. So, excuse me, UC Santa Barbara broken away from the rest of the field. So they have a bit of open water between themselves and Lewis and Clark. And then behind them, great racing here between UC Davis and Pacific Lutheran. UC Davis in that 3rd place spot, sitting 2 seats over Pacific Lutheran, and just off of the stern deck of the Pacific Lutheran boat, it will be your 5th place crew, UC Davis, the Aggies, rowing over in the port of Sacramento, so just across town, very familiar with the race course here at Lake Natoma.
And as we approach the 1,000-meter mark, one thing that we are noticing again and again is the patience of these crews that tend to be in the leading position here. We see sometimes they have slightly lower rates, but they're very, very patient with each part of the stroke. Their legs come down first, then they swing, then they finish off the stroke, and they're very, very efficient. But again, it takes a lot of maturity here for a crew to have that kind of confidence in that race plan to actually keep walking away from the rest of the field. And I think we're seeing it here again in UC Santa Barbara in lane 1 along the shore here, and you will see them shortly doing this. They look so composed. They're rowing at about a 33, 34 strokes a minute. So very composed here, very mature race plan. Is that kind of what you're seeing here, Adrian?
Well, not a whole lot of challenge there to that Gaucho crew, as they have a good amount of open water between themselves and Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark really had a great season last year. They made an appearance at the national championship for Division 3 and looking to have another good season and possibly qualify again for that championship. Of course, UC Santa Barbara, a club program, they're looking at the ACRA National Championships for club programs later in the season. UC Santa Barbara with a very, very impressive program, always fielding just a ton of boats. I mean, that is a huge student-run club program, so hats off to them, doing a great job here in this petite final for the women's varsity 8, just with very little challenge, and they have a good open water lead right now over the rest of the field. Behind them, it is going to be, let's see, it looks like it's going to be UC Davis right now with that third place position, sitting about 4 seats over Pacific Lutheran. In fifth, it continues to be Arizona State, a student-run club program rowing in Tempe, Arizona, and the only crew here from Arizona, the state that doesn't really have a whole lot of water. Great to see them with a good showing here at the WIRA Championships. All right, and coming into the final 500 meters here, it is the Gauchos along the shoreline in lane 1, looking very strong and relaxed here as they have about a length and a half of open water between themselves and Lewis and Clark. In third, it will continue to be the Aggies from UC Davis, sitting about a boat length ahead of Pacific Lutheran. Arizona State continuing in fifth. But here they go. What a great showing here from UC Santa Barbara as they continue to open up their lead, wind it up for a bit of a sprint here. And looking at a seventh place finish overall in this women's varsity 8. And Davis crossing ahead of Pacific Lutheran. And then finally the Sun Devils of Arizona. And unofficial times here for that last race, number 45. In first place, it was UC Santa Barbara with a time of 7:13.8, followed by Lewis and Clark in a time of 7:19.7. And in third, UC Davis, 7:31.7. And again, all official times can be found at clockcaster.com. And attention coaches and coxswain for event number 53, the men's novice 8 grand final. UCLA coxswain, please come to the finish line to weigh in. UCLA men's novice 8. All right, and coming up Grand final for the women's varsity 8 for Division 2, 3, and club programs. We're looking at a great cross-section here of Division 2 rivals, as well as one club program in UC Irvine, and then a Division 3 program of University of Puget Sound, and then Orange Coast College, the only 2-year rowing program, or a 2-year college with a rowing program in the country. So the lineup here will be Western Washington in lane 1, Seattle Pacific, lane 2, UC Irvine in lane 3, Cal Poly Humboldt in lane 4, lane 5 is University of Puget Sound, and lane 6, Orange Coast College. And we have a start. Coming out of the heats, it was Western Washington with the fastest blazing time of 6:48. It was almost a 10-second lead over the rest of the field. Seattle Pacific and Cal Poly Humboldt with the next 2 fastest times. So this is going to be a great race here, as between the 2 heats, sometimes, Whitney, what you'll see is a very big spread in times based on how competitive the heat was. And right now, looking at 6 boats across, your early leader is going to be Western Washington out of lane 1, but just about a seat, maybe a half a seat ahead of Cal Poly Humboldt. Cal Poly Humboldt in second, followed by lane 2, Seattle Pacific. Again, Western Washington, Humboldt, and Seattle Pacific, bitter D2 rivals, always facing each other at the national championship later on in the season. So we're going to see those 3 crews really battling it out for bragging rights here as they come down the race course here at Lake Natoma. But right now it is the Vikings of Western Washington taking advantage of this absolutely beautiful and ideal conditions. They have taken now about a 6-seat lead over the field. Cal Poly Humboldt and Seattle Pacific, the Falcons, they've raced each other earlier this season with Humboldt coming out on top. But right now those 2 crews, Seattle Pacific and Humboldt, just dead even for that 2nd or 3rd place position. Just behind them in 4th, it's going to be UC Irvine. The Anteaters, they've really had a spectacular season, seeing some good success at the San Diego Crew Classic and in many of the duels that they faced throughout the season. In 5th, we're going to move to the outside lane. That is Orange Coast College. Orange Coast sitting just ahead of University of Puget Sound. Great shot here of Western Washington. That is a big crew, quite long strokes here, maybe understroking the rest of the field. We'll get a stroke rating on Western. They're sitting about 7 seats over Cal Poly Humboldt. Humboldt, your defending national champion for Division 2. They won both the Varsity 8 and the Varsity 4 at the championship last year on the East Coast. A lot of returners in both of those crews. And then Seattle Pacific looking to make another appearance at the national championships. Yesterday, Seattle Pacific had 3 heat wins and looking to capitalize on the success of yesterday. They are hanging on as a 3rd place spot. Western still sitting in that same position, holding off Cal Poly Humboldt. So not much change in speed between those top 3 crews, Western, Humboldt, and then Seattle Pacific. Just a quick announcement, please. UC Davis, we need the coach to the finish line tent immediately. There is a medical emergency. UC Davis coach, please come to the finish line tent immediately. Okay.
And one thing we are noticing here as we come into about the 1250 is we have seen Humboldt make a monster move here through Seattle Pacific, and they are now taking a no mercy move on Western Washington and are now connected. Adrian, I was wondering if you could tell us just a little bit about what you are feeling as a rower. Your coxswain is looking over at that other crew, trying to take seat by seat and just clawing through this 8. What does it feel like as an athlete to be walking through a boat like this?
Well, obviously it's a shot of adrenaline, but you have to not freak out, right? So you can see another crew coming at you, and you've got to maintain in that internal focus and make sure that you stick to your race plan, because really it's not over till it's over. We see a lot of upsets. We see a lot of things happen within that final 500 meters, and it's going to be a great race here between Humboldt, the Lumberjacks, and the Falcons all the way down to the finish line. But what is clear is that the Vikings, that heat time that they pulled yesterday, that was definitely, they weren't holding anything close to their chest as they continue to walk away from the field right now with about a length and a half of open water. Final 500 meters here for the Vikings as they are looking very, very solid here, very relaxed, and again, understroking the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's very interesting watching this crew, Western Washington, coming up here along the shore. You will see them. They actually don't swing very much, but they're just so efficient. They're getting their blades in and out together, knees coming up together. They're very, very patient with this stroke, but not a lot of layback like we see with some of these other crews. It's a very interesting strategy. Have you noticed a lot of difference here in the swing?
Well, there's always, differences in technique between the crews, but really, as long as they're doing everything together, that is all that matters. And right now, Western doing a nice job of putting it all together when it matters. Final 400 meters for the Vikings as they come in to right now, barring any sort of disaster, it really is looking golden for them. For the Vikings, again, they are one of the most decorated crews in Division II. They are looking at possibly another qualification for that national championship later in May. And right now, they look to have had a very, very solid showing here at WIRA's. Again, they have a lot more racing to do this season, but what a great show for their postseason. Making a statement here, it is the Vikings coming in for that win. It's going to be close here, though, between Cal Poly Humboldt and the Falcons. I'm going to give that advantage right now to Humboldt for that second place position, just ahead of Seattle Pacific, followed by Orange Coast, UC Irvine, and then Puget Sound. But there we go. It is Western Washington for the win. Humboldt and Seattle Pacific just barely separating by a second. UC Irvine, Orange Coast, and then University of Puget Sound. Okay, attention. We do need the UC San Diego coach to come to the finish line immediately. UC San Diego women's coach to the finish line. There is a medical emergency. Please come to the finish line. And unofficial times from that previous race, number 46, the women's varsity 8 for D2, 3, and club. That is the grand final, winning with a time of 6:52.8, Western Washington. They are followed by Cal Poly Humboldt in a time of 7.00.52, Seattle Pacific 7.00.57. All right, and up next, it is the petite final for the women's varsity 8 for Division 1 and open programs. By open, meaning club programs. And we do see 2 varsity programs sitting out there. It's Seattle and Santa Clara. So in this petite final, we're really just seeing a duel that's going to come down the race course. Very different mentality than 6 or 7 boats across. So we'll be looking for a great race here between Seattle University and Santa Clara. And coming up to the shoreline to collect their medals, congratulations to the ladies of Western Washington for that win in the women's varsity 8 for Division 2, 3, and club programs. And we have a start here in the petite final for the women's varsity 8 for Division 1. We've got 2 boats on the course in Seattle University in lane 1 and Santa Clara in lane 2. We'll be back with a call in just a minute. All right, and on the course, it is the women's varsity 8 petite final. And Whitney, this is a duel that's coming down after us as we just have 2 crews on the water. Seattle in lane 1 is your leader, sitting with about a length advantage over Santa Clara. Santa Clara, a program out of the Bay Area, rowing on Lexington Reservoir, just in the outside of Silicon Valley in the Santa Cruz Mountains. They've got an enormous amount of water this year compared to previous years. They are on a reservoir that's controlled, and they are looking at actually a full course out there in Lexington, so they can really get a lot of good training in. And that's showing here as they sit just behind Seattle University. Seattle rowing on, rowing obviously in Seattle, private university. They are the Red Hawks from the Western Athletic Conference. Now, coming out of the heat, Santa Clara and Seattle had almost identical times, with Seattle besting Santa Clara just by 1 second. But right now, it does look like Seattle is really taking advantage of this situation here with side-by-side racing. Really different mentality again than a 6-boat across race. So, Whitney, can you speak to that as a coxswain? How is it that you would approach this race, knowing that you just have one competitor out there, and you really want to finish off your season in fine form? What is that Seattle crew, that Santa Clara crew? How are they tackling this race?
You know, I love that you said that because sometimes a duel is very, very easy to get so caught up in just racing the other boat that it's very easy to lose sight of the forest through the trees. And you start to kind of lose track of your own strategy, your own race plan, your own rowing, and you focus too much on just racing the other boat. And that's very, very advantageous for the boat that has the lead because you've distracted the other boat. So one thing that's really, really important, especially as a coxswain, is to keep your rowers' heads in the boat, focusing on their rowing and their race plan, and tell them just where they are and kind of give them a little bit of comfort and a little bit of motivation that says, you know what, we may be a little bit behind, we may be a little bit ahead, but in either position, we can't sit here. We either need more distance in the front or we need to move up a little bit in the back. But it's very, very crucial to keep your team's heads in the boat because it's very easy for them to start looking around, get distracted, start racing the other boat a little bit too much, and again, just kind of lose sight of the forest through the trees and the big picture. So very crucial to keep your crew's heads in the boat, focused, executing the race plan that they have been practicing.
Yeah, and at this stage, I think it's just about seeing how much distance they can get between each other, right? So Seattle University taking advantage here of having a very solid lead. And at this point, I'm thinking it's just about execution. We want to finish this regatta off in the best way that we can, maybe throw down a faster time than we did yesterday in the heats. The conditions look to be absolutely identical, so they can really compare between heats and finals. And I think the Red Hawks doing a great job, again, taking advantage of these conditions and pushing themselves a little bit further ahead of Santa Clara. Santa Clara, fairly young, not a young program, but a young team. They've got 5 freshmen in that varsity 8, so maybe not quite as much experience. And so, you know, a great showing to see, again, how much faster they can get between the heat and the final.
You are absolutely right. And as we come into very roughly 500 to go, we're going to see if Santa Clara here in lane 2 is actually going to chuck a move at Seattle University and see if they can close the gap just a little bit. And again, it's very difficult to do this kind of duel, to do this kind of race, to keep your heads in the boat and try to catch that other team if you know you are coming from behind. So I'm really interested to see how much water Santa Clara can make up on Seattle University here.
Well, Santa Clara doing a nice job winding up their stroke rate just a little bit. They look to be above 37, 38 strokes a minute. Seattle doing a nice job just staying calm and long against the shoreline here. Final strokes for the Red Hawks in this petite final for the women's varsity 8 for Division I and open programs. Seattle seeing a little bit of Lake Natoma's wildlife there in the final strokes. Staying ahead, looking strong and very consolidated as they wind up this race.
Yeah, they're absolutely going to finish this row here with no mercy, and it looks like they are, like you said, calm, cool, collected, and just about to get it done here. They are just here to show up for business, and they are getting it done. Here we go, lane 1, Seattle University. We have to give it to them. Well rowed, ladies. Coming in second, but not by much, Santa Clara in lane 2.
Okay, and just general announcement here for spectators, coaches, and athletes. We are going to move past the next race, which should be the women's varsity 8 for Division I, but there is an issue on the water. We're going to swap out an athlete, so we're going to actually move ahead with the grand final for the men's 2v8. So there could be a little bit of a delay here as we wait for everything to shake out on the water, and we'll be back with a race call in just a minute. But again, our next race will be event number 48, the men's 2nd varsity 8 grand final. All right, and we see our boats lining up here for the start of the men's second Varsity 8 Grand Final. We do see 7 boats on the course. In lane 1, UCLA. Lane 2, University of San Diego. Lane 3, Orange Coast College. Lane 4, Washington State. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 6, UC Davis. And lane 7, UC Irvine. Especially like people. Hands in the air, make them.
And on your screen here, I'm sorry you can't quite see it down here on the shore, but you will on your live stream. And maybe ask your athletes about this later, but we are seeing the boats lining up at the starting blocks here, and you can see coxswains' hands up. You can see 2 seats sculling their blades. You see a little bit of movement as boats are getting aligned and getting pointed straight down the center of that lane. And what this means is that these coxswains are going to be backing into these stake boats very, very carefully, using usually their stern pair to kind of help them back in. And they will hold their hand up until they are absolutely aligned and ready to go. And look at this beautiful shot here. You can see some of these crews, a couple of the bow seats or the 2 seats, just taking hold of that oar of the person behind them and sculling a little bit behind, just alongside, just tapping the boat along until that coxswain is perfectly satisfied with their course. So they know that as soon as they blast out of the starting blocks, that they are going to thread the needle and go straight down the center of that course.
That's right. And that is crucial here, that everything is balanced and that they have a perfect shot down this race course. You can see all the way to the finish line. This really is one of the best race courses in the country. And of course, ideal conditions and fast conditions, I would say, this morning. Any flat water here at Lake Natoma, you're going to see some pretty fast times. And with 7 boats across, a lot of action. So we'll keep track of that for you and come back with the race call in just a minute. All right, and it does look like crews are getting into position for a start here. Generally, what will happen is that they'll wait for the starting commands coming from the starting dock. If you're looking online, you can see that there's a floating dock there. That's where our race officials are. And they'll generally tell them a couple of minutes to start, and here we go. We are off here in the men's second Varsity 8 Grand Final. 7 boats across, a lot of action, a lot of connection. We're in those high strokes, so the way that these crews will start is with a series of high strokes, meaning very high stroke rate, and then they'll settle into their base pace.
Absolutely. And this is always a time in the race, a point in the race where your adrenaline is absolutely rushing. And we've seen a few little course corrections here by these coxswains. Again, these rudders are about the size of a credit card. So any tiny little movement here makes a big difference in a 60-foot boat. So we are looking at a very exciting first 100 to 200 meters or so. It looks like we will be out of the breakage. And our early leaders are looking like UCLA in lane 1, University of San Diego in lane 2, followed by Orange Coast College, the Pirates in lane 3, followed by lane 5, Santa Barbara, maybe falling back just a few seats here, half a boat length, Washington State University, and UC Davis and UC Irvine on the outside, but our early leader, again, UCLA and University of San Diego.
Yeah, a lot of connection here between the crews. We're still in the very early stages here, but yesterday coming out of the heats, it was University of San Diego and UCLA with the fastest times, actually just separated by about 1 second, and then quite a bit of difference between themselves and the rest of the field. So we are looking to UCLA and University of San Diego to separate out and get a good amount of open water between themselves and the rest of the crews. So right now it does look like UCLA has that advantage, about 4 seats right now over the Toreros of the University of San Diego. Behind them it will be Orange Coast College in the 3rd place position, and then we'll let it shake out just a little bit as there is still quite a bit of overlap between the rest of the field. All right, and indeed, UCLA and University of San Diego now with about a length of open water between themselves and the remaining 5 crews. And at this point, you are going to find the crews in lane order. In the 3rd place position, it's going to be Orange Coast College, the Pirates, always doing really well against these open division and Division I schools. That is a 2-year college, community college, the only rowing program in the country for a community college. Just behind Orange Coast, it's going to be Washington State, also a club program in the Pac-12 conference. Just behind Washington State by about 7 seats, it's going to be UC Santa Barbara, one of the largest club programs in the country, always doing a really, really great job at the Akron National Championships every year, and certainly they are looking to repeat and perform at that championship later this season. Just behind UC Santa Barbara, it will be the Aggies of Davis, again rowing in the port of Sacramento, just across town. Behind them, by about 1 length, it will be the Anteaters of UC Irvine.
And as we swing up to the leaders here, we are looking at a battle for 3rd and 4th. It's looking like Orange Coast College and Washington State University, and that will be an absolute dogfight for that 3rd place position. But right now, we are swinging up to University of San Diego, which has now slightly overtaken the Bruins of UCLA, coached by Marcel Stiffy, who is also from Orange Coast College and certainly knows how to make crews fit here. But we have University of San Diego, again, 4 seats over, coached by Bart Thompson down in San Diego, doing a phenomenal job with his crews. And again, let's remember, too, that these are 2nd varsity 8s. So this is a huge testament to how these coaches are building up their teams, which makes their top boats faster as well. So not only are these teams deep, but they are talented. And right now we are seeing University of San Diego just calmly and cool as a cucumber walking through UCLA right now. That coxswain right now is egging on his crew and trying to shut down UCLA right now, but do they have enough water to do it?
Yeah, that was a big shift there for University of San Diego, right at the 1,000-meter line. And that's the thing, the 1,000-meter line is really the delimiter. That's where the crews that have that good fitness, they've got the focus, and they've got the patience to make sure that they make the executed race plan right when it matters. And University of San Diego doing a great job taking advantage of that fitness right now as they continue to walk away from UCLA. Great battle here, though, between lanes 1 and 2 as they come all the way down to the line. University of San Diego with that lead right now, 6 seats over the Bruins as they come to the line.
And you can just feel this symbiotic relation here between the coxswain and the stroke seat of the Toreros, just looking over and willing his crew to finish them. And it's looking like lane 2, University of San Diego over UCLA, followed by another dogfight for 3rd and 4th.
That's right. Here they come. This is OCC, the Orange Coast College, sitting about 2 seats right now over Washington State. The Cougars, Orange Coast holding on to that 3rd place position just over Washington State. And then again, another really tight race here between University of California, Santa Barbara, followed by Davis. Too close to call here, though, between Santa Barbara and Davis for that 5th and 6th place position. And then Irvine in 7th.
Now, what a battle that was. We have seen some phenomenal racing here. We almost had 3 races within one there. So, again, congratulations to University of San Diego with, again, an unofficial time here of 6:11, followed very closely by UCLA, 6:12, and going on to 3rd and 4th, Orange Coast College and Washington State. 5th and 6th, Santa Barbara and Davis. Congratulations. And UCI.
I think we have a little bit of time, so just because the...
Oh, yeah, because they're going to restart.
Are they in there?
Brandon, what was the time on the last one? Sorry.
Wait, so is this, have they looped back?
Oh, this is much better. Okay, here we go.
Okay, so they've 2V.
Yeah,
So they're, there's...
it is on.
This is the...
No, I have to get you a switch.
Oh, okay.
You want to go back to...
Yeah, let's use this until we get it all set up. No worries. And we are looking at the grand final for the women's 2v8. So again, we're kind of going to go back to the women's varsity 8 grand final. So we'll come back to that race. We are skipping ahead to event number 49. This is the women's 2nd varsity 8 for Division 1 and open programs. This is the grand final. In lane 1, University of San Diego. Lane 2, UC San Diego. Lane 3, Sacramento State. Lane 4, University of Portland. Lane 5, St. Mary's College, and Lane 6, Seattle University. And coming out of the heats, it was University of San Diego and UC San Diego with almost identical times. So we're going to be looking to them for a great race here as they come down the course. Right now, though, the advantage is going to go to Lane 2, UC San Diego. They are sitting with a 4-seat advantage over Lane 1, University of San Diego. Very close behind University of San Diego in the 3rd place position will be Lane 4, University of Portland, sitting maybe 1 seat over our 4th place crew, Sacramento State. On the outside, it will be Seattle University in 5th, followed by St. Mary's. But right now, with that quick start, it is the Tritons of UC San Diego just barely now sitting ahead of the University of San Diego. Again, crosstown rivals. They race each other quite a lot. They see each other at the Crew Classic. They see each other every day out at practice. So they know each other quite well. And we're going to see a great race coming down as these two crews pace each other. And right now I'm seeing a great move here by Lane 1, University of San Diego. They are now even with UC San Diego.
Now, one thing we're seeing here, Adrian, that's really interesting is you see the different points of the race where these crews start to chuck moves at each other. And sometimes we'll see it at about the 750-meter mark. Sometimes we'll see it at the 1,000. Sometimes we'll see it at the 1,250, where these crews have to be very, very strategic about where they take these moves and take the counter moves. Do they risk taking a counter move when it's not necessarily part of their race plan? And that is something that we are seeing here over and over again. These crews start getting caught up in the duels, you know, throwing these moves back and forth at each other. So we don't necessarily know what their race plans are. But it looks like even right now we have a 2-boat race 2 times over here.
That's right. We've got University of San Diego and UC San Diego battling it out up front. Behind them, they are pushing each other so hard that they now have at least one full length over the rest of the field. Behind them, it is super, super tight here between Sac State and the University of Portland. And then back by one length are 5th and 6th place crews, St. Mary's and Seattle University, just dead even with each other. But right now, the Toreros of University of San Diego doing a nice job taking advantage of this glassy water, these beautiful conditions. And again, coming out of the heats, UC San Diego and University of San Diego with almost identical times, separated just by 0.4 of a second. But right now, it does look like the Toreros taking advantage of and really putting down the hammer here at the halfway point as they come in to the midway point here at Lake Natoma. They've got about 7 seats over UC San Diego. UC San Diego trying to pull clear of Sac State.
Absolutely. And we will see here as we come into very roughly 750 to go. That is the 1,250 meter mark that University of San Diego is absolutely living the dream right now. It is 60 degrees outside, absolutely flat water. We could not ask for better racing conditions. And right now they are walking away with it. Looks like they have brought the rate up just a little bit. So that may have been a move that we've seen from them trying to finish off UC San Diego and walk away with the lead, see if they can secure the lead for themselves in the last 500. We will see. But we have quite a race shaping up here between lanes 3 and 4, Sac State and University of Portland.
Yeah, great racing here between Sac State, the Hornets, and the Pilots of the University of Portland. So Portland and Sac State just almost dead even with each other. I'm going to give the advantage right now to Sac State. And looking at the racing here between Sac State and Portland, they are pushing each other so hard that they've actually taken a little bit of the lead that UC San Diego has on them away. So they've kind of crawled back on UC San Diego's lead. University of San Diego up front, they now have open water, so they are your leader with open water over the rest of the field. UC San Diego now kind of by themselves there in that second place position. And behind them, Sac State and Portland battling it out for 3rd or 4th.
And you can see the passion here from the UC San Diego coxswain. She is just urging her crew on here. Looks like she is asking for a little bit of a rate change as we are looking at University of Portland just walking through Sac State right now. Calm, cool, collected, but they are really pushing to try to put themselves in that bronze medal position.
Yeah, Portland doing a nice job. They are sitting in that 3rd place spot, but being chased right now by Sacramento State. Behind them, it is St. Mary's and Seattle, also very close to each other for 5th or 6th. But up front, look at the Toreros here as they take this walk-away lead, looking golden here in this women's 2v8.
You better believe it. And they are leaving us with a show here. Look at this sprint. They're sitting up a little bit taller. They're punching the legs. Just we were just noticing.
So major apologies from us here. We had some incorrect information. We were calling the incorrect race. So that was Stanford that was the winner there in that race. So from the announcer's tent, big apologies on that. So Stanford with the win, followed by UC San Diego, and then finally University of San Diego, Sac State, University of Portland, and St. Mary's.
Yes, our apologies again. We are now back on track here, but congratulations again to Stanford for that phenomenal performance.
And congratulations to the women of Stanford as they come up to collect their medals. And again, apologies from the announcer's tent. We did have the wrong information as the races were coming down the course. So you could clearly see what was happening in front of you. Stanford with that lead and the gold medal win there in the women's varsity 8, followed by UC San Diego. All right, pivoting back to the racing action, we are going to recalibrate ourselves here and look at the grand final. This is indeed the women's second varsity 8. So we will give you the lineup here. In lane 1, University of San Diego. In lane 2, UC San Diego. Lane 3, Sac State. Lane 4, University of Portland. Lane 5, St. Mary's College. And lane 6, Seattle University. And at this point, that is how you will find them in lane order. In the lead, it is University of San Diego. They are sitting with a 6-seat advantage over the Tritons of UC San Diego. Behind them, by open water, it is Sac State. Sac State is your third place crew, sitting 5 seats over the University of Portland. Portland sitting with open water over St. Mary's, and then St. Mary's open water over Seattle. Seattle in 6. So you're finding your crews in lane order. And coming into the final 300 meters here, University of San Diego, followed by UC San Diego. And again, coming out of the heats, those two crews, almost identical times, battling each other out all the way down the race course here. But the Toreros of University of San Diego with that top spot right now. University of San Diego in first. UC San Diego chasing, and then behind them, very tight here between Sac State and Portland. In third, that was Sacramento State over University of Portland in fourth. This is St. Mary's crossing now, and then Seattle University rounding out this women's second varsity 8.
And let's give a very warm welcome here to University of San Diego, the Toreros, the 2v8 D1 winners here. Congratulations to the Toreros here for their victory. They're going to collect their medals right here near the finish line. Congratulations, ladies.
And currently on the course at 750 meters to go. This is the petite final for the women's second varsity 8. This is for Division 2, 3, and club programs. We just have 2 boats on the course with the University of Puget Sound in lane 1 and Pacific Lutheran University in lane 2. And it is clear, University of Puget Sound with a very solid lead over Pacific Lutheran. Both these crews, Division 3 programs. They face each other quite often coming out of the Northwest. And University of Puget Sound looking to have a very solid lead right now over the Lutz, Pacific Lutheran University. All right, and with a walkaway lead here, this is the University of Puget Sound. Again, this is the women's second varsity 8. This is the second level final. University of Puget Sound with the lead here over Pacific Lutheran University. This puts University of Puget Sound in that 7th place position overall for the women's second varsity 8s. All right, and we are going to pick up the racing action here in the grand final for the women's second varsity 8. We've got 6 boats on the course in lane 1, UC Irvine, lane 2, Seattle Pacific, Lane 3, Cal Poly Humboldt. Lane 4, Western Washington. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara, and Lane 6, Lewis and Clark. These crews just past 500 meters gone. Your early leader is going to come out of Lane 4. That's Western Washington. Right now, Western Washington with the lead just by about 3 seats over Seattle Pacific University. Seattle Pacific and UC Irvine almost even with each other. Back in 4th, it's going to be Lewis and Clark rowing out of Lane 6. In 5th, it will be UC Santa Barbara, and then finally Cal Poly Humboldt. But great racing here up front by the Vikings. It's going to be really tight here between UC Irvine, Western Washington, and Seattle Pacific. Still pretty early on, and a lot of overlap between those top 3 crews. And as crews have settled into their base pace here, they're really in the meat of the racing. A little bit of a change up in our racing order. So right now it is UC Irvine with that lead. UC Irvine taking over that top spot right now, sitting about 2 seats over Seattle Pacific. Seattle Pacific sitting 2 seats over Western Washington. Western really with that hot start, but now fading back to 3rd. The Anteaters of Irvine really seeing an amazing season here. They had quite a strong showing at San Diego. They have several varsity boats, so really a growth of that program that is a testament to their speed here out on the water right now. But top 3 crews, Irvine, followed by Seattle Pacific, sitting just ahead of Western Washington. Those 3 crews with open water over the rest of the field. Behind Western, it's going to be Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark rowing out of Lane 6. That's a Division 3 program. They are sitting with 1 length over Cal Poly Humboldt and then UC Santa Barbara. So tight there between Humboldt and UC Santa Barbara. Too close to call for that 5th or 6th place position. But man, it is tightening up front. UC Irvine, Seattle Pacific, Western Washington, just great battle there between those 3 crews.
And at about 750 meters to go, maybe just past because these crews are blistering quick here. We are at about a rate 35, 36 we're seeing for UC Irvine in lane 1, who is our current leader here by maybe a canvas or so, but it's a little bit of a duel here, kind of who's throwing hits at each other back and forth with Seattle Pacific. But we do not want to overlook Western Washington in lane 4 because they look like they are eyeing UCI in lane 1 like they are just hunting. They have hooked them and they are ready to start reeling them in. So we are looking at lane 4 starting to push UCI on the outside. Seattle Pacific trying to get a few inches here over UCI, and this is going to get very exciting as we come into the last 500. Very, very cool to see these crews from all different divisions out here on the same water with different resources. And here we go. Look, lane 1, UCI. Lane 2, Seattle Pacific. Lane 4, Western Washington. We are bow ball to bow ball.
Yeah, coming into these final strokes here, it really is whoever's blade's in the water at the right time. It is 3 bow balls straight across. Coming out of the heats, the times were pretty close to each other. Irvine with the fastest time coming out of the heats, followed by Western Washington and then Seattle Pacific. So Seattle Pacific flipping the script there just a little bit as they continue to hold off Western Washington. So again, some different programs out here on the water. We've got UC Irvine, a club program, Seattle Pacific and Western coming out of the Northwest and the GNAC conference. Those are Division II rivals. And then Lewis and Clark continuing in 4th. And then tight here between UC Santa Barbara and Cal Poly Humboldt for 5th or 6th. But take a look now at lane 4, Western Washington, as they continue to mount a charge and come towards that finish line just barnstorming towards that finish between UC Irvine, Western, and now it does look like Seattle Pacific may be fading back to third.
Yeah, look at this bow pair here in the Western Washington boat. That is front-wheel drive if I've ever seen it.
It's going to be the Vikings.
Exactly. That bow seat is just looking over at UCI here in lane 1, happy that she is the first to cross the line here, and that will be Western Washington in first. UCI, lane 1 in second. And Seattle Pacific for the bronze.
Lewis and Clark here coming into that fourth place position, and then it will be Cal Poly Humboldt in fifth, holding off the Gauchos of UC Santa Barbara. And congratulations to the Vikings of Western Washington. Unofficial time, 7:21.0. UC Irvine in second with a time of 7:23.0. And then Seattle Pacific in third with a time of 7:25.1. All official times can be found online at clockcaster.com. All right, and we're going to move back over to the petite level finals here. This is event number 52, the men's novice 8. We have 7 boats on the course. In lane 1, UC Irvine. Lane 2, San Diego State. Lane 3, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Lane 4, Cal Lightweights. Lane 5, Long Beach State. Lane 6, Arizona State. And lane 6, University of Oregon. And these crews are already underway and racing. They've had a clean start and coming just past 500 meters gone. We'll come back with the race call in just a minute.
So we are almost at the halfway point here of the men's novice 8 petite final, and we have an absolutely stellar performance here from lane 3, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, which is so great to see because their program is having an absolute resurgence after years of not being around. So they have made quite an entrance here coming into the novice petite final like this, and absolutely opening up water. This is a dominating performance by Cal Poly San Luis Obispo.
Yeah, I mean, really just such an amazing statement here at their first WIRA championship. That program has lied dormant for 30 years, and for them to be able to pull together a program really in January of 2023, they were able to get together enough kids to come out and fill out a program. And here they are at the WIRA championships, just really making a statement here already with open water at the halfway point. So the Mustangs of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, they are putting their names on the map right here as they come into this petite final with a walk-away lead. Right now, about a length and a half of open water between themselves and the Anteaters of UC Irvine, San Diego State in that third place position. Back to them in fourth, it will be the Cal Lightweights, followed by Long Beach State, and then Arizona State and University of Oregon in eighth. So again, a lot of action out there. University of Oregon in seventh. A lot of action out here with 7 boats across, but at this point, these crews starting to shake out and getting a good amount of separation between themselves. But the Mustangs of Cal Poly Humboldt just with a walk-away lead. What an incredible performance here by that team. And again, as this is the men's novice 8, these are the building blocks of the varsity program. So we see the blind fury of novice racing is right in front of us here. Between UC Irvine and San Diego State, there's a little bit of a switch up. San Diego State, the Aztecs having overtaken UC Irvine for that second place position. And against the shoreline, Irvine now slipping back to third. I don't know what they've got in the water there at Santa Margarita Lake, but whatever it is instilling those athletes with some incredible strength as they look to have about 2 lengths of open water over now the second place crew from San Diego State, a very storied program rowing down there out of Mission Bay. San Diego State now looking to pull clear of UC Irvine. So UC Irvine is your third place crew. But take a look at this. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this is a first-year program. Great job. Let's put our hands together here for Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and their first showing at the WIRA Championships. Nice job here as they come into the final stages. This is going to be great for them to continue to build that program with the hopes of one day being a Division I program. Absolutely impressive showing here by Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And then here come the Aztecs of San Diego State in second, followed by UC Irvine. Your fourth place crew is going to be the Cal Lightweights, just barely holding off Long Beach State. And then finally, Arizona State in sixth.
And on the course now, you are seeing the start of the men's Novice 8 Grand Final. Off to a phenomenal phenomenal start here. We have lane 1, Orange Coast College. Lane 2, Santa Clara. Lane 3, UCLA. Lane 4, UC Davis. Lane 5, USC. Lane 6, Washington State University, and lane 7, Santa Barbara. And a 7-boat race here that is phenomenal to see in the men's Novice 8 Grand Final. It is looking like our leaders here are Orange Coast College in lane 1 and Santa Clara in lane 2. And that is too hard to call at this point because it is who is at the catch and who is at the finish, bow ball to bow ball as they duel it out. Lanes 3 and 4, just a little bit of open water, couple seats open water behind them is UCLA and UC Davis. Also, bow ball to bow ball. A few seats behind them, but still inching up, looks like Washington State University, possibly Santa Barbara here as we get a better view of our screen here. Santa Barbara is definitely not out of it on the outside here in lane 7. So lane 7 will have to keep an eye on Orange Coast College all the way across the course in lane 1. But right now, it is lanes 1 and 2, Orange Coast College and Santa Clara dueling for that lead. Orange Coast College starting to make a move here, walking through Santa Clara seat by seat. That coxswain is looking over. You can tell she is making that call right now because they just picked up the rate a little bit, and they are making a move. They are trying to shut Santa Clara down as we speak.
Yeah, and indeed, coming out of the heats, it was Orange Coast College with the fastest time of the day, quite by a bit, by quite a bit. So a good substantial lead coming out of the heats. That's a good confidence builder as they come into the grand final. But Orange Coast off of the start maybe a little bit more patient as they just kind of chip away and move past the Broncos of Santa Clara. Just behind Santa Clara, it's going to be a battle there between UCLA and UC Davis. Right now, UC Davis with the upper hand over UCLA. Behind them, it's going to be UC Santa Barbara and USC, super close to each other, a bit of overlap there, and then Washington State as the final crew. So as we come out and look at the rest of the field, there's a lot of action out here with 7 boats across. And Whitney, as a coxswain, how do you keep track of everything that's happening? If you're in the lead or if you're in the middle of the pack, that coxswain's got to be so savvy to all the action that's happening. How do you stay internal in this sort of a race?
That is such a great question. And when there's so much chaos going around, if it's a 6 or 7 boat race, you really do have to stay internal. Like you said, it's so important to keep your crew listening to your voice and your voice only, listening to the bubbles underneath the shell, listening to the click of that oarlock as they come through the pin, listening to your voice only as you call, because they have to trust in you that you are looking at the field and telling them what they need to do, exactly when they need to do it. And you can tell that Orange Coast College coxswain did a great job here making that call to try to walk through Santa Clara, and they're still trying to finish them on the canvas here. Again, not far behind. We have UC Davis and UCLA just behind our first and second place position here. UC Davis, I'm expecting to have a very strong third 500 here moving into the finish here. Desmond Stahl, their coach, is very well known for making his crews extremely fit. But right now we are looking at Orange Coast College, the Pirates, in lane 1, coming down the course here, making an absolute statement in this beautiful Empacher. Not far behind by Santa Clara in lane 2.
Yeah, those Orange Coast College Pirates not looking like a novice crew. They are a novice 8, but man, do they look like a seasoned boat of athletes. So just taking everyone hostage here as they come down the race course. Final strokes for them. Orange Coast along the shoreline, always with a strong novice program, and they are holding that standard here in the final strokes. Congratulations as these guys come across with an open water lead in this men's novice 8. The Broncos of Santa Clara in that second place position, followed by University of California, Davis, and then in fourth, UCLA. But look at this battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. You got to love that. I'm not even going to make a call between USC Washington State and UC Santa Barbara. We'll wait for those official times to come up. But the men's Novice 8 Grand Final, Orange Coast winning with a time of 6:11.9. And in second, Santa Clara with a time of 6:17.6, followed by UC Davis with a time of 6:22.3. All right, and we are getting ready for the start of the women's Novice 8 Petite Final with 6 boats on the course. In lane 1, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Lane 2, UC Davis. Lane 3, another Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. This is their B boat. So that B boat in lane 3, the A boat in lane 1. In lane 4, UC Santa Barbara B. Lane 5, Long Beach State. And lane 6, Santa Clara. All right, and we have had a start here in the women's Novice 8 Petite Final. We've got 6 boats on the course with 2 Cal Poly entries. Cal Poly San Luis Obispo in lane 1 and lane 3. Are they going to do what the men did in the previous race and really make a statement here? And indeed, that is what is happening. Lane 1, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, that A boat with the early lead, sitting a half a boat length over lane 2, UC Davis. In third, it's going to be pretty tight here between the second entry from Cal Poly Slow over UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara with their B entry in lane 4. In fifth, it's going to be Santa Clara. Santa Clara sitting 6 seats over Long Beach State. So Long Beach State currently in the 6th place position. So again, as these novice 8s come down the course, it's important to keep in mind that the level of athlete is really varied depending on the program. So you could have some kids that are coming out of high school with a couple years of experience, and then you could have some walk-on athletes never having taken up the sport of rowing until their freshman year or maybe even their senior year in college. That is the beauty of the sport of rowing, is being able to enter into it at really any time in your collegiate career.
And adding on to that just a little bit too, we want to keep in mind that novice rowing is different than freshman rowing too. So freshman rowing means that you absolutely have to be a freshman your first year in school. Now, novice rowing can be any year, as you said, but they do have to be first year rowers.
Yeah, that's right. So that's where the playing field is even here, because this is all athletes that are in their first year of collegiate racing. And so again, varied level of athletes. But right now, I really want to make a shout out to that lane 1 and lane 3, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, the Mustangs, in their first year of racing. And in fact, when I look back over race results for this season, not even quite sure that they've had many races under their belt. So they're using this WIRA championship as a way to make a statement that their program is here and their program is going to be one to watch for the years to come. Cal Poly Slow in lane 1 with an open water lead right now over the rest of the field. All right, and for that second and third place position, we're going to be looking at a battle here between UC Davis and UC Santa Barbara B. We will see the A boat of UC Santa Barbara sitting in lane 1 of the grand final for the women's novice 8. But again, a testament to the strength of that novice program is the fact that UC Santa Barbara has 2 entries in this event, one of the most subscribed events here at the WIRA Championship. But right now, Cal Poly Slow, the Mustangs, I don't think anyone could see them coming, but here they are coming down, racing down the course with just furious intensity, again making sure that they are putting their names on the map and holding off these much bigger programs. Right now, UC Santa Barbara B in the second place position. In third, it's going to be UC Davis rowing out of lane 2, and then in fourth, another entry from Cal Poly Slow. In fifth, it's going to be Santa Clara, and then finally Long Beach State. Now, Whitney, as a coxswain, I don't know if you can remember back to your novice year. That was quite a while ago for both of us, but just remembering the intensity of what it's like to be on a championship race course, rowing 6 to 7 boats across in your first year of racing. It's really a memorable experience, and I'm sure that's no different for these ladies here as they come down the race course.
You could not be more right. I do remember it like it was yesterday, and at the same time, it was so far from yesterday that I do have to say that I remember my first WIRA as well, and racing like this is just so exciting. And after spending about 18 to 20 years in the sport now, it is incredible to see how far you come with a little bit of racing maturity, looking back at what you've done your novice year. When I would shout at my crew and I would get excited and say, like, they're moving. You make calls that you would never make now, and you learn so much. The learning curve is so massive your novice year. And I have to absolutely give a testament to these women's novice eights because they have done a phenomenal job just keeping their heads in the game. The steering looks good, and they're really, really doing a good job. So their coaches have really prepared them for this.
Yeah, you can see a lot of that intensity and emotion coming at you down the race course here. There is a lot that's wrapped up into these novice crews because, again, these are the building blocks of their varsity program. And these are the athletes that you want to really impress with the excitement of racing and the ability to be out here and put yourself against the best on the West. That's what it is here at the WIRA Championships. And right now, again, Cal Poly Slow in lane 1. They did have one of the faster times coming out of the heat, and that's what puts them in lane 1, and they're holding to that as they continue to open up their lead now with about a length of open water over UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara, that is their second boat. We'll see their first 8 in the next heat. And then really, really tight here for that third place position between UC Davis and the second entry from Cal Poly Slow. And on the outside there, Santa Clara out of lane 6, also doing a nice job mounting a charge here in the final strokes to see if they can come up, maybe take away a little bit of that lead from the Santa Barbara crew. So Santa Clara really mounting a great comeback here in the final 500 meters. They've taken quite a bit of water away from the UC Santa Barbara boat that's just ahead of them. But Cal Poly Slow, as they come through the final stages here, this is the women's novice 8. Great showing here by the Mustangs in their first year of racing with an open water lead here in the second level final for the women's novice 8.
Now, I love watching this sprint here. You can just feel the adrenaline in the athletes here in the coxswain. I mean, I can only speak for myself as a coxswain, but just hoping that I called that sprint correctly, up to, into, or whatever your plan is. And here it looks like we have a great execution by Cal Poly San Luis Obispo in lane 1. Here, what a phenomenal finish as she's looking over to just get her crew across that line first.
Santa Barbara now coming into that second place spot, followed by Santa Clara and then UC Davis. And then finally that second entry from Cal Poly Slow is your 5th place crew, followed by Long Beach State. And taking the win there in that petite final, Cal Poly Slow with a time of 8:15.0, followed by UC Santa Barbara B, a time of 8:20.8. And then in third, Santa Clara with a time of 8:22.6. All right, and we are getting ready for the start of race number 55. This is the women's novice 8 grand final. 6 boats across in lane 1, UC Santa Barbara A. Lane 2, UC San Diego. Lane 3, Cal Lightweights. Lane 4, UC Irvine. Lane 5, Orange Coast College. And lane 6, San Diego State. And we are off. And a quick start here. We do have a clean start, a little bit of a course correction for lane 5, Orange Coast College. Not quite pointed straight down the course, but it looks like they've gotten themselves back into position and everyone rowing cleanly. Definitely no issues there, but maybe just adding a couple of meters on to the race. Whitney, I know at the start, especially in the novice events, there's a lot of adrenaline, there's a lot of action, and trying to hold that course, that is the most important thing coming off of the start.
Absolutely, and I'm so glad you said that because I was just about to commentate on that. It is very, very difficult. Now, first and foremost, you need to have your bow absolutely pointed down the center of that lane, but it is so easy for any little thing to happen to actually steer you slightly port or slightly starboard right off the start. If you have any differentiation in power on your port or starboard side, if your rudder isn't pointed straight, any little bit of that can affect the steering as you come blasting off that course, or blasting off that start block. And it makes such a big difference when your boat is 60 feet long and your rudder's the size of a credit card. It does take a little bit of time to get back into the center of that lane and get pointed straight again, and that is all wasted time.
That's right, and so crucial to these close races, of which we're seeing quite a few of today. So important to have the absolutely best course. That coxswain is really there to make sure that those boats are safe and rowing in the best and most even and fair place possible. But right now, back to the racing action. We've got two boats up front coming out of the heats. Both of these crews, UC Santa Barbara and UC San Diego, really unchallenged in their heats, and UC Santa Barbara had the fastest time coming out of the heats, just ahead of UC San Diego. But again, both boats in separate heats really didn't have any challenge. So we're going to see right now out on the race course who has that resolve and really the true speed. And we're looking at two crews almost side by side, but right now the advantage is going to go to UC Santa Barbara in lane 1, sitting with about a 2-seat advantage over the Tritons of UC San Diego.
And boy, you nailed it there too. These are two programs that not only come from California here and do get to see each other at a few different regattas, but they come from very, very strong programs, very big programs, very storied programs. So these two crews not only race for first and second here, potentially, we will see what happens in the middle of the race, but it is also a race for pride here because these are California crews, again, that get to see each other fairly often. A lot of rivalry here in some of these UC schools. And again, very large programs, very strong programs, and typically get very strong coaching and are very fit. And we are seeing that here just by the separation that they've created between themselves and lanes looking like 3 and 4, Cal Lights and UC Irvine.
Yeah, and so Cal Lights in that third place position, just maybe a couple of seats over UC Irvine. And then back by open water, it's going to be your 5th and 6th place crews. San Diego State, a new club program. So they did have a varsity program for years and then relegated to a club program now, but doing a nice job here in this grand final. So still with a good amount of speed coming out of that Aztec program as they sit just ahead of Orange Coast. Orange Coast is your defending champion in the Novice 8 from last year, but currently finding themselves in the 6th place spot. So back up to the front, UC Santa Barbara, a large club program, always doing really well at the national level at the ACRA Championships. So great testament to the strength of that program. And then UC San Diego just coming off of this is their final year they're not a Division II program. They've been rowing as Division I, but now fully completing their years in Division II. They will be fully Division I next year as an athletic department. So very important for them to generate that top end speeds. And right now they're showing that as UC Santa Barbara and UC San Diego, literally blades in the water at the same time, pacing each other, bow ball to bow ball. But just as I say that, UC San Diego taking over the lead right now, 1 seat over UC Santa Barbara.
I'm so glad you said that because I was just watching their puddles here, and you can see that UC San Diego has actually lengthened out a teeny bit. They're actually out of their puddles. They're pushing those puddles past that coxswain, past that stern. And again, as we speak, though, Santa Barbara has actually brought up the rate, and they are countering.
Wow, great moves here. It is just going back and forth between those two crews. And now this is where the coxswain comes into play. This is where that coxswain can really channel the energy, channel the focus of their crew. And that is crucial right now as UC Santa Barbara slipped back to second, but then they just took a big move right there, and they just took over the lead again from UC San Diego. So UC San Diego right now sitting in the second place position, but so close. Final 500 meters here for these two crews that are well out front in this women's novice 8 grand final. Back behind them, still battling for that third or fourth place position, it's going to be the Cal lightweights over UC Irvine, and then back behind them, San Diego State and Orange Coast. But up front, man, it's going to come all the way down to the wire here between UC Santa Barbara and UC San Diego. Is it going to be gold? Is it going to be silver? We're going to see. Come on down to the shoreline and cheer these guys on. This is the building blocks of that varsity program. These women's novice 8. There are some walk-on athletes in both of these boats. There's some athletes that have a lot of experience coming out of their high school program. But right now, it's anyone's game. Who's going to put it all together when it matters? Is it going to be the Tritons? Is it going to be the Gauchos? Keep your eye on lanes 1 and 2.
Exactly, and I'm so glad you said that, because in lane 1, Santa Barbara, who made that very strong counter move where they brought the rate up a little bit, that coxswain has to be very smart, because they took that move. Whether that was part of their race plan or not, we are not sure, but she still has to sprint, and her crew is going to have to be very, very brave here to see if they can hold off lane 2. UC San Diego, and right now it is way too hard for me to tell, even looking at the screen, bow ball to bow ball right here as we come into the last 200 meters.
Stroke rates coming up above 40 strokes a minute here in these final strokes. 100 meters left between the Tritons and the Gauchos. Who is it going to be? Blades in the water at the right time. Clean catches all the way to the finish. This is going to be too close to call. Is it going to be Santa Barbara? Is it going to be UC San Diego? All the way to the line here for these novice crews. I'm going to give it to UC San Diego for the win, just barely over UC Santa Barbara. What a race.
That was an absolute nail biter. That was who's at the catch, who's at the finish, and UC San Diego keeping us on edge there. What a race. Phenomenal fight there for Santa Barbara as we come in here with the Cal lightweights and UC Irvine, followed by Orange Coast College and San Diego State. And locking into the blocks now, we have the men's varsity 4 petite final. In lane 1, Western Washington. Lane 2, Arizona State. Lane 3, Long Beach. Lane 4, University of Oregon. Lane 5, Sac State. Lane 6, Humboldt. And we are off to a somewhat clean start. It is looking like Long Beach had a bit of a steering issue here. They are headed back towards the center of their lane, but went pretty far port there. So we're going to see if they can get straightened out and get back in the race. That did drop them back just a little bit, but it looks like very, very early on. Of course, our current leader is University of Oregon in lane 4 at those high strokes, followed by Arizona State. Very closely trailed and still connected, of course, Western Washington in lane 1. On the outside, we have Humboldt, and trailing just a little bit is Sac State. And again, we will let them get through their high strokes and get through the breakage here as we get through the 500 and give you a little bit better placing. And we are at about the 500-meter mark, and there really isn't that much separation across the field. We do have what looks like Sac State trailing back a boat length open water or so, maybe boat length and a half as we kind of pull up to the side here with our drone and get a better view. But we have all boats still connected. Humboldt in lane 6 on the outside. University of Oregon, Long Beach, Arizona State, and Western Washington up in lane 1, who I'm going to give the slight advantage to at this point. They have absolutely blasted out of the gates here and look really clean here moving past the 500, but will still be challenged, I'm going to say, by Humboldt on the outside, who looks very, very patient here, maybe understroking them just a little bit. But again, that can pay off a little bit later in the race. So if this crew is mature enough to kind of pull off this race plan where they can be a little bit more patient in the beginning and trust that that's going to pay off a little bit later in the race, we could be seeing a phenomenal race here in the third 500. And it's looking like, again, Western Washington still in the lead. Looking very, very good here. Very smooth. Knees coming down together. Blades coming out together. Glinting in the sunlight over there in lane 1. Again, 63 degrees. Perfectly flat conditions. I bet these coxswains here and the bow loaders are very, very happy that they are not getting too much water in the bow there. These conditions, again, are just perfect for this kind of racing. And we're seeing it here. So there are really no excuses for not great rowing here because these conditions are so awesome. And we are looking, again, Western Washington at lane 1, followed by what looks like Long Beach in lane 3, and then here on the outside, Humboldt. And we have an interesting move happening here from lane 4, University of Oregon. They are trying to make a little bit of a push here on Long Beach, which is also challenging Western Washington in lane 1. So here we have University of Oregon kind of picking up a little bit of energy in their step here, adding a little bit of life to their catch. They are trying to challenge Long Beach, who is not giving it to them. We still have canvases overlapped. That is lanes 3 and 4. But lane 1, Western Washington, still cool as a cucumber here, walking away with it, but not shaking. That will be Long Beach in lane 3, so they're still connected. You can tell they're trying to disconnect from Long Beach so they can walk away with a comfortable victory here, but they haven't quite been able to do that. On the outside here, Humboldt also has not given up. You can see that bow seat looking across the course here at Western Washington, trying to keep an eye on that first place crew, knowing that they are still in the game for possibly that second place position. But we do have Arizona State, who is not letting them have it that easy. Arizona State kind of looking left, looking right, trying to see where they are sneaking up. They are right in the middle there. And here we go. It's looking like lane 6, Humboldt, really making a push on the outside. They've actually gotten a little bit longer. They've sit up a little bit taller here. Their blades are in the water a little bit longer, and they are really trying to take the move through Arizona State on the other side of the course here, almost by lengthening out. Very interesting strategy here. So they're going to spend a little bit more time in the water. That's very smart of them because, look, it's working. Lane 6, Humboldt, moving up on Arizona State here, and Long Beach in lane 3. They have passed Long Beach in lane 3 and are now hunting Western Washington in lane 1, who still has that comfortable lead. What a move from Humboldt here. Very, very impressive. They've actually calmed down a little bit. They've lengthened out. They're starting to swing more, and that is working for them. But we still have Western Washington, who is sharp as a tack here with those catches, sitting up a little bit taller. It looks like they've actually brought the rate up a little bit as they get ready to start their sprint. They have entered the danger zone here. You can see them down on the shore in lane 1, and they are going for the no mercy win here. This is a pride row for them. Last 100 meters or so, it is Western Washington. We are going to sit up and cheer for Western Washington here in the men's varsity 4 petite final. Very well rowed. Well, we also have lane 6, Humboldt, challenging on the outside, doing whatever they can to make up water there to take over Long Beach and Arizona State. What a move from Humboldt here. Closed the gap on Western Washington, who has crossed the line here. Long Beach State coming in next. Followed very closely by University of Oregon, Arizona State, and we will round out our field with Sac State. Really great row from Western Washington here in the men's varsity 4 petite final. And it looks like Western Washington here in first with a time of 7:13. Long Beach State, 7:22 in that second place position. And all boats have crossed the line. Very well done to Western Washington.
All right, and we will get back into the racing action here in a grand final. This is the men's varsity 4. We will have 5 boats on the course. Lane 5 is a scratch due to equipment malfunctioning. That was UC Davis, so unfortunate for them in this event. But in lane 1, it will be University of San Diego. Lane 2, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 3, San Diego State. Lane 4, Seattle University. And then lane 6, UCLA. So lane 5 will be empty.
And we have a start for the men's Varsity 4 Grand Final, and I'm expecting great things from this race. What a field we have here. Lane 1, University of San Diego. Lane 2, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 3, San Diego State. Lane 4, Seattle University. And Lane 6, UCLA.
All right, and this is one of the most subscribed to events in all of the WIRA Championship with 19 total entries. We have had a couple of scratches and dropouts across the course, but what that lets you know is how competitive this field is going to be in this men's Varsity 4 in the grand final. Again, with just 5 boats on the course, lane 5 is empty, but that is almost the order that you find these crews in. With lane 1, University of San Diego pushing themselves out to an early lead. They are sitting right now with about 3 seats over lane 2, UC Santa Barbara. Just behind UC Santa Barbara by about a length is going to be San Diego State, the Aztecs program with a long history at the club level, doing a great job here in this smaller boat in the men's Varsity 4. They are sitting with a 3-seat advantage right now over Seattle University. And then super close, actually, between Seattle and UCLA. I'm actually going to give that 4th place spot to UCLA.
Now, speaking of UCLA here, because we have that scratch in lane 5, they're a little bit isolated out in lane 6. And what do you think as an athlete that adds to or takes away from your racing experience in a full field like this? Does it help you concentrate a little bit more, or is it more distracting? What are you thinking as an athlete?
Yeah, it's really hard, I think, to maintain that level of intensity when you don't have that closeness and the intimacy of being that side-to-side racing action. So UCLA, that is a very, very seasoned crew. They've got a lot of high-level experience, so I expect that that's not going to take away from their performance too much, but it is a little bit of a disadvantage, I'd say, to not have that really side-by-side racing. But UCLA doing a nice job there out in lane 6, but they've got to be really savvy with the coxswain in the bow seat. She or he can look across and make sure that they keep an eye on all the way across lane 1 and lane 2 as University of San Diego continues to hold on to a lead. But it hasn't really changed that much in terms of relative speed between San Diego and UC Santa Barbara up front. So UC San Diego holding on to the top spot, still about 4 seats, maybe a boat length over UC Santa Barbara.
And this is almost a very nerve-wracking position to be in first. And I know that sounds very counterintuitive because we all want to be in first, right, in lane 1. But for that coxswain sunk down in the bow like that, all she can do is feel UC Santa Barbara on her heels like that. So it's hard to see when you're a coxswain and a bow loader like that. You have a very small field of view. It's very hard to see outside of the shell. You can't see around you very much, but you can feel the presence of those crews just hunting you down. But it looks like she is doing a phenomenal job moving that 4 up and away from UC Santa Barbara, even still.
Yeah, and then back to just behind them, between that race that's going on up front between University of San Diego and UC Santa Barbara, behind them, the race is really heating up between UCLA and San Diego State. So UCLA still in contact there to San Diego State. Seattle just a little bit off the back in that 5th place position because UCLA really charging right now. And again, they're still in the early phases there. And I think we've not quite hit the 1,000-meter mark. So there's still plenty, just past the 1,000-meter mark. There's still plenty of time left in this race. UCLA showing a lot of patience there in lane 6. All right, and it is now open water for the Toreros there. They do have that bucket rig. You're going to see 2 starboard blades side by side in seats 3 and 2 in that Toreros boat. And Whitney, can you talk a little bit about that, what that might do in this smaller boat with that different rigging configuration? Is that for speed? Is that for balance? Why would a coach make that choice?
You know what? That's a really good observation here. We do have that bucket in the middle, and sometimes it depends on the lineup and where you want your power. So if you want, especially in a boat like a 4 that is so easily manipulated by power curves, you really want those power curves to be matched up on both sides. So if you have 2 athletes that can work very well together in a bucket like that. They can keep the power very even in the stern and the bow, and then the middle, what we call the engine room, as we come up to the 1500 here, is going to keep that boat maybe a little bit more level. So it kind of depends on how these guys work together in a 4 and where their power curves are to keep that boat straight.
Yeah, and in these smaller boats in the 4, you're going to see a lot of change up in a very short amount of time. They're much more responsive than an 8, so any move is going to be much more dramatic in a smaller amount of time. So really, University of San Diego there in lane 1, they really took charge at the halfway point, and now it's their race to own as they just continue to open up a little bit more water away from University of UC Santa Barbara. San Diego State still holding off UCLA rowing out of lane 6, and then Seattle University occupying that 5th place position. So really staggered here. We see a lot of distance in between crews as we come into the final 500 meters. They're coming down to the spectator area. It is the Toreros, University of San Diego. You can see that baby blue coming at you. Really just kind of taken off now, away from the Gauchos looking to be in a silver medal position as they continue to hold off both San Diego State and UCLA. But look at lane 6, UCLA. Can they come up and maybe take away that San Diego State 3rd place position? It's going to come down to the wire. There's still a little bit of time left. Can they get into a medaling position there? The Bruins out in lane 6. Furious charge here in these final strokes.
Yeah, and USD here just finished up at Crew Classic in a position in the Cal Cup that they were not super happy with, but boy, have they made a statement coming back at WIRA this weekend, because look, once again, we have lane 1, University of San Diego, making a statement for the win.
Wow, but this race here between UCLA and San Diego State, what a race. It is going to be San Diego that holds on to that 3rd place position. San Diego State just barely over UCLA. And then with Seattle University rounding out this men's varsity 4, that was the grand final there. Congratulations to the University of San Diego, winning with a time of 7:02.6 unofficially, followed by UC Santa Barbara with a time of 7:09.8. And just barely a second there between San Diego State and UCLA. In 3rd, it was San Diego State with a time of 7:14.3, followed by UCLA in a time of 7:15.6.
And we have a start of the women's varsity 4 D1 Open Petite Final. This is a 4-boat race. Lane 1, University of Portland. Lane 2, Sac State. Lane 3, Seattle University. And lane 4, St. Mary's. And it looks like right out of the gates, our early leader is lane 2, Sac State B. So my apologies, that is Sac State's B boat. All other crews connected, University of Portland, then St. Mary's on the outside, and then lane 3, Seattle University. And moving into about 500 meters to go, we have Sac State B in lane 2 as our leader. Lane 1, University of Portland, is still hanging on to their stern. So Sac State has not been able to quite break free of University of Portland, who is holding on to them and not letting them go that easily. But on the outside, we have St. Mary's, who is also moving up almost through University of Portland, and we will see when we get a little bit more even with them. But not to write off St. Mary's in lane 4 on the outside, because they have picked up their rate just a little bit here and are starting to push those puddles back just a little bit further. So they are definitely on the hunt here, and they are starting to close the gap just a little bit on Sac State B. And still now we have Seattle University in lane 3 still trailing. But right now our clear leader is still lane 2, Sac State B.
And obviously the ladies of Sacramento State, the Hornets, they know this race course like the back of their hands. This is their practice course. They know every single inch and where to make those moves, where to relax, where the conditions might change a little bit, although today's conditions are absolutely ideal. I mean, this is as good as it gets. This is why Lake Natoma is one of the premier race courses in the country. And we are getting the entire fruits of how amazing it can be out here at Lake Natoma. But Sac State doing a great job holding on to that top spot. They've got an infusion of energy with a little bit of a change, and Sarah Podicombe coming up from Capital Crew, having coached the juniors here. Certainly some of those women from Capital coming up to row at Sacramento State as well. But Sarah, a great coach there, again, infusing that team with a little bit more energy coming into it. And you can really see that coming in off the water here, rowing really well here in this petite level final. Just behind them, University of Portland with that brand new boathouse right off of campus. I mean, just amazing to be able to just walk down there out of class, right to the boathouse, one of the very few programs in the country that has a boathouse on campus. So the pilots doing a nice job there in lane 1 in the second place position. They are followed by Seattle University, and then finally St. Mary's. So St. Mary's and University of Portland will see each other again in a couple of weeks at the West Coast Conference Championships. So seeing how close they can get to each other today, and then see if they can maybe change that up a little bit in a couple of weeks when they see each other again.
You know, you are absolutely right about that. And this is a really, really great regatta for so many crews that are going to see each other again at all different regattas, whether it's ACRA, WCC, even IRAs. A really, really great benchmark regatta for so many of these crews. And I was going to ask you, too, about home court advantage. Do you think there's any for the Hornets here in lane 2 who are trying to defend their lead right now against the charging University of Portland?
Oh, absolutely. Is there a home court advantage? Because it's familiar. And again, they know exactly what part of the race course to make those moves. They practice it every single day. But it's also a matter of pride, right? So in front of your hometown audience, you want to put down the best performance possible. And again, let's remember this Sac State boat that's out in the lead, this is the B boat. So we're going to see their A boat in the next race. And again, they want, if they can come out, they can win the petite final. Maybe they can come out, they can win the grand final. That is a statement for that program. And with their bow first across the line with 500 meters to go, the Hornets continuing to hold on to the lead, but they are looking at a furious charge here from lane 1, the University of Portland. Portland trying to take that stroke rate up a little bit, execute their final moves to see if they can take away a little bit of the lead that Sac State currently has, but Sac State very tenacious, very patient and poised crew here as they have not let Portland come back anymore on them.
And as we approach the final finishers chute here, we have lane 2, Sac State B still holding off University of Portland in lane 1 along the shore here. So it is Sac State, the Hornets here, very angrily holding off lane 1, University of Portland, who is doing anything they can to try to take seats and close the gap. But is it too much too late? It might be. Followed not far behind, we have Seattle University and St. Mary's. But it is still Sac State B, the Hornets. University of Portland here in lane 1 trying to be brave. Emptying the tanks here to try to catch Sac State, and boy, if they just had a little bit more water, they may have made up some more time, but it's just not enough. Excellent row to Sac State in that first place position, followed by University of Portland, followed by lane 4, St. Mary's. And again, rounding out our field in the women's varsity 4 D1 Open Petite Final will be lane 3, Seattle University. And we have Sac State B here with a time of 8:11. University of Portland not far behind with an 8:13. Very well rowed to all 4 crews. Congratulations to Sac State.
All right, and we are already underway here in the grand final for the women's varsity four for Division I and open programs. 6 boats on the course. In lane 1, Stanford. Lane 2, Sac State. Lane 3, UC San Diego A. Lane 4, University of San Diego A. Lane 5, University of San Diego B, and Lane 6, UC San Diego B. So with University of San Diego and UC San Diego, both with 2 entries, we'll try and keep them separate from each other. But we've got a lot of action out here with 6 boats across and some really great racing that's going to come down the course at you. Right now, your early leader, early on, just within the first 200 meters or so of this race, your early leader is going to come out of lane 2. That's Sac State. Sac State with the early lead, sitting 2 seats over lane 3. UC San Diego A. Just behind UC San Diego A, it is going to be Stanford. Stanford just about 2 seats behind UC San Diego. But again, very early on. And again, this is the Stanford lightweight program. They are an IRA, meaning they go to they go to the IRA National Championships, where currently they are ranked 4th in the IRA poll overall as a team. But this 4 that's racing at you right now, well, they're ranked 1st in the nation for lightweight crews.
And not only that, but they had a phenomenal race against Wisconsin. They've been racing a lot lately, and their season essentially has just begun. This is a great turning point for them to be able to show up and see a lot of these other crews like San Diego that they haven't gotten to race in a little while. But they had a phenomenal weekend against Wisconsin out there, and they have some other crews, some lightweight crews like Princeton coming out to see them pretty soon. And I definitely want to give credit and some attention to Coach Lizzie Houston and Antonella Kugler of Stanford. They're doing a phenomenal job making these women absolute West Coast powerhouses.
Yeah, and really important for them to come out here to races like the WIRA Championships, where they're racing against open weight teams, you know, and putting themselves out against some of the best crews on the West Coast. Because again, this is the lightweight program. None of these ladies are over 130 pounds, so the efficiency is absolutely phenomenal. And what we're seeing is that, you know, technique and power, it's all there in that Stanford boat. Right now, they have taken over the lead. They are your top crew right now, sitting about 2 seats over Sac State. Sac State now sitting bow to stern over UC San Diego. Behind that A boat from UC San Diego, it will be University of San Diego A in lane 4, followed by lane 6, UC San Diego B, and then finally University of San Diego B. So a lot of San Diego action out there. But right now, the top San Diego boat is going to be the 3rd place crew from UC San Diego.
And as we are approaching the 1,000 here, it is really, really interesting to see a lot of these crews approach racing very differently in very different ways. Sometimes you see a crew do what we call a fly and die, where we fly out of the blocks and we take the lead for a very long time, but then you can't really maintain that pace throughout the entire body of the race. And sometimes you see these crews, kind of like what Stanford showed us, is a little bit more of a slow burn, where they're patient, they're confident, and they trust in their race plan, their training, and their fitness, that they know that their lead is probably going to come, but it's just going to take a little bit more time. And that takes a lot of maturity and confidence in that race plan.
Yeah, and definitely seeing that here as they have opened up open water right now over Sac State and UC San Diego. So Stanford coming off of the line, you don't necessarily have to win the start. You don't have to win the warm-up. You got to make sure that it happens at the finish. And we've seen a lot of things change over the course of 2,000 meters. That is a long race. And if you look down the course here at Lake Natoma, you can barely even see those boats. There's still a lot of race course left, but right now Stanford definitely dominating this varsity 4. And we've got Stanford clocked at 37 strokes a minute. Not a surprise, as some of those stroke ratings have really climbed up over the course of the years. It used to be standard to race at the body of your race at about 33, 34 strokes a minute. But a lot of the upper level crews rowing at a much higher stroke rate, but definitely with the same amount of length, the same amount of power, and obviously here that is working for Stanford as they are showing their true speed. In the heats, they pulled down the fastest time by almost 15 seconds over the rest of the crews, and so we'll see if they can even better that here. There doesn't really seem to be any change in conditions between yesterday and today, so we'll see what that final finish time is. But again, you are looking at the top-ranked lightweight crew in the nation coming down in lane 1, that's Stanford University lightweights, with a significant open water lead at this point, 500 meters to go.
Exactly. And you mentioned trends and things that have changed over time here. We're talking about swing. We're talking about getting that rating up a little bit more. And it really is interesting to see the trends change over the years in coaching styles. Like sometimes we have a little bit more swing. That's trendy, kind of like the Canadians back in the day. Sometimes we sit up a little bit taller. Sometimes you row a little bit shorter, a little bit punchier. So it's really, really interesting to see these lightweights blast out of the gate here at the higher rates. Again, they are lightweights like little hummingbirds, so they can get those blades in and out, and they are sharp as tacks. If you're looking here at our screen, you can see their knees coming up together. They're swinging together. It's very, very clean. It's very precise rowing, and it is paying off for them here as we come into the red buoys.
That's right. This is really just kind of a clinic here as Stanford continues to walk away from Sac State. Sac State doing a nice job still holding off UC San Diego. UC San Diego solidly in that third place bronze medal position. Of course, it's not over until it's over. We see things change at the last minute, but what is clear is that barring any sort of a disaster, that gold medal is Stanford's to have. It is the Cardinal right now, wrapping it up here, taking the stroke rate up just a little bit, executing in fine form as they wrap up this women's varsity 4 for Division I and open programs. Stanford with a win, followed by Sac State and then UC San Diego. And the two University of San Diego boats battling it out for 4th and 5th. It is going to be the B boat topping the A boat right here at the finish, followed by the B boat from UC San Diego in 6th. And that was Stanford taking the win there in a time of 7:33.6, followed by Sacramento State with the time of 7:45.9. Just a quick announcement, too, for athletes and spectators. If anyone ordered a T-shirt, a WIRA T-shirt, you can come to the T-shirt tent and pick those up. You should, if you've pre-ordered them, they are ready for you to pick up. And here we go. We've got a start already in the petite final for the women's varsity 4. This is for Division 2, 3, and club programs. In lane 1, Cal Lightweights. Lane 2, UC Davis. Lane 3, Pacific University. Lane 4, UC Irvine. Lane 5, Arizona State. And lane 6, Pacific University B.
And want to interrupt this race just for a very brief moment as we congratulate Stanford again as they collect their medals here down at the finish line. So congratulations again to Stanford Lightweights in lane 1, taking home the gold.
All right, and as we come down the race course here, we're about 750 meters in, and Pacific University in lane 3 is holding on to that top position here in this petite level final for the varsity 4. Just behind them, it's going to be lane 1, California Lightweights. Cal Lightweights looking to have about a certain advantage over lane 2, UC Davis. In 4th, it's going to be pretty tight here between Arizona State and the Pacific University B boat, and then right next to them as well, UC Irvine. So we'll keep our eyes on lanes 5, 6, and 4 for those final 3 spots. But well out in front right now, it is Pacific University A. They just had one of the best seasons, the regular season. This is the postseason here as they vie for a potential spot at a national championship. But they took 3rd overall as a team in their conference. That's really a historic performance for them. And their coach, Charlotte Kopp, was given the Northwest Conference Coach of the Year. So well done to them. And here they are with 2 entries in this varsity 4, right now holding on to the top position.
And just a quick announcement, we do have a belonging for Adelaide Durazio. If you know an Adelaide Durazio, if you wouldn't mind coming to the finish line, we have something that you have lost and would like to return that to you. That is Adelaide Durazio. Please come to the finish line.
All right, not much has changed here in this petite final for the women's varsity four. Pacific University still out in front, but good challenge being put on by lane one, California Lightweights. These two boats so well out in front by quite a bit of open water over the remaining field. The third place position is going to go to UC Davis, the Aggies, again rowing from the port of Sacramento, so they are very familiar with the waters of Lake Natoma, training and racing here quite often. They are also looking at a challenge, that UC Davis boat, from the Pacific B boat. So great showing here by Pacific University. This is their B boat looking to challenge UC Davis. In fifth, it's going to be UC Irvine, and then finally Arizona State University. All right, 500 meters to go, and it is heating up there between lanes 1 and 3, Pacific and Cal Lightweights as they come down to the line. It's pretty close here, and I'm going to give a slight advantage as we come into the final strokes to lane 1, California Lightweights. So it's been pretty close, and Cal Lightweights just kind of taking charge at that 500 meter to go line, and now just walking away from Pacific. Pacific doing a great job holding on to that top spot almost this entire race, but Cal Lights just very patient, very tenacious, understroking the Pacific University crew. So they have taken over the lead, and now Pacific dropping back to second. All right, and against the shoreline, it is the Cal Lightweight program. This is a club program for the University of California, student run. They've seen their boathouse locations change, where they row, but man, has that program been very, very persistent in making sure that the program keeps going. They've seen a lot of changes in coaching. That's definitely a hallmark of some of these student run programs, but definitely not a change in the quality of rowing. So Cal Lights doing a great job taking over that race from Pacific. Pacific still holding on right now to that second spot. Those top two crews well out in front. Behind them, it's going to be Davis solidly in the third place position over UC Irvine and Pacific B, and then finally Arizona State. All right, we're getting ready for the start. The grand final of the women's varsity 4 for Division 2, 3, and club programs with 6 boats on the course. We're looking at Seattle Pacific in lane 1, Western Washington in lane 2, UC Santa Barbara lane 3, University of Puget Sound in lane 4, Washington State University in lane 5, and Cal Poly Humboldt in lane 6. And we have had a start. And just within the first few strokes of this race, it does look like UC Santa Barbara is your early leader already by a boat length over the rest of the field. UC Santa Barbara looking at about a stern advantage over both lanes 1 and 2, Western Washington and Seattle Pacific in that order. Back behind Seattle Pacific by just a hair of open water, it's going to be lane 4, University of Puget Sound, followed by Cal Poly Humboldt, and then finally Washington State. But still very early on, a lot of overlap. No one really has any open water away from each other. So we're sure to watch this race as it progresses down the field. But what is certain is UC Santa Barbara really taking a strong lead here early on. Again, we've talked about UC Santa Barbara and the strength of their program. That is a club student-run program. They've got a lot of boats that are out here, entered in almost every event here at the WIRA Championships. So the size of their program definitely lends it speed, and it's showing that right here in this women's varsity 4. Santa Barbara's had a fantastic season and looking at racing later on in May at the Accra National Championships. Now, back behind them, it's a battle of the D2 programs between Seattle Pacific, Western Washington, and Cal Poly Humboldt. Those 3 crews will race each other again at the GNAC Championships and then look towards a bid for the National Championships later on in May. And right now, Seattle Pacific is holding on to that top spot just over Western Washington. Now, Western Washington, we watched their Varsity 8 and their 2v8 take the top spots in their respective finals. Will they do that again here in this Varsity 4? Right now, it does look like Seattle Pacific has the better of Western Washington in this Varsity 4. Seattle Pacific ranked 5th in the CRCA polls and then 4th regionally. Western Washington ranked just a bit behind Seattle Pacific, 6th in the CRCA, but ranked 3rd regionally. Now, in the 4th place position, it's going to be Cal Poly Humboldt. They're out in lane 6. We've talked a little bit about how difficult it is when your closest competition, the competition you're really keeping an eye on, is a little bit farther away. So Cal Poly, that coxswain has to be very savvy and make sure that she has her head on a swivel and keeps everyone in her frame.
Everyone in there.
And we are through the halfway point here, coming across the 1,000-meter mark, and we have our leader, lane 3, UC Santa Barbara, followed by lane 1, Seattle Pacific, currently making a charge. So it looks like they are making a move out of the 1,000-meter mark. And boy, I have to say, this is working, because look at this move that Seattle Pacific is putting on right now. They are absolutely walking away from Western Washington, and decks overlapping now with lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. And we did talk a little bit earlier about some of these crews having a little bit more of a slow burn of a race where they're a little bit more patient with it throughout the first half, maybe the first 3 quarters, 12:50 or so, but then they start to overtake and walk away. And right now we are seeing Seattle Pacific in lane 1 make an absolute charge out of the gates here again up on UC Santa Barbara. And they are now bowed astern with Western Washington in lane 2, who has dropped back just a little bit. And it's looking like Puget Sound is also making a charge here. So these crews are getting very excited here. They are starting to counter each other, because here we have Humboldt on the outside also making a move. So now things are going to start to get exciting as we come into this last half of the race.
Yeah, definitely going to get interesting here. Coming out of the heats, it was Seattle Pacific that had the fastest time of the day by quite a bit of a margin, and in fact, faster than UC Santa Barbara. But again, it depends on what happens in the heat. Sometimes a crew is pressed and they really are showing true speed. Sometimes they don't have as much of a competition behind them, so they might be conserving a little bit of energy. So we're really going to be able to see what these crews have in the tank as they come down the race course. But right now, it is UC Santa Barbara still holding on to that top spot. Seattle Pacific, the Falcons, charging as they try to see if they can get themselves into a little bit better of a medaling position. Is it going to be gold? Is it going to be silver? We've got a lot of race course left here, but 500 meters to go. The Gauchos still holding on to that top spot. Behind them, it is a good battle here brewing between Western Washington and Puget Sound. In the 5th place position, Cal Poly Humboldt out in lane 6 leads over Washington State University, and the Washington State crew, that is their club program, part of the men's club program, to be differentiated from the Pac-12 women's varsity program. But great showing here in lane 4 for University of Puget Sound in this varsity 4 as they come ahead here of Western Washington. Santa Barbara way out in front here. Significant amount of open water for them in this varsity 4. Nice showing as they come into the final strokes here. Just behind them, it's going to be Seattle Pacific still holding an edge over both Puget Sound and Western Washington. Cal Poly Humboldt out in lane 6, still in 5th, followed by Washington State. But take a look at the Gauchos. What a great showing here for the WIRA Championships. I'm going to be really excited to see the team points and the efficiency trophy. My bet is that UC Santa Barbara is going to be in one of those top spots. But here they go. Open water for them in this women's varsity 4 over Seattle Pacific, followed by University of Puget Sound, Western Washington, Cal Poly Humboldt. But between Cal Poly Humboldt and Western Washington, we're going to keep our eye on that finish line. Here come the Falcons in second. University of Puget Sound in third. Western in fourth. Cal Poly Humboldt in fifth, and Washington State in sixth.
And just off the blocks now, we have the grand final of the men's lightweight 4. Lane 1, UC Irvine. Lane 2, UC Davis. Lane 3, Cal Lights. And lane 4, Santa Barbara. And this is a little bit of a unique race, one of the few lightweight races only for the men here in the 4. So we still have contact, as I would expect, for quite a while in a lightweight race where these are a little bit more evenly matched weight-wise, as we know. And it looks like our very early leader here is Santa Barbara. We've been saying that name a lot this weekend because they have shown up as a very, very strong program across the men's and women's teams. And it's showing again, just a few hundred meters in, but we will see as things start to shake out a little bit. But right now it is Santa Barbara, followed very closely by Cal Lights, followed very closely by UC Davis, and very closely again by UCI. So we'll get through these high strokes here and the body of the race, and we will give you some better placings. And we are coming up on the 750-meter mark. And we have a pretty clear leader, Santa Barbara, in lane 4. And then it is almost bow ball to bow ball with lanes 1, UC Irvine, lane 2, UC Davis, and Cal Lights. And even across those 3 lanes, you can see the coxswains sitting up in their seats because they're trying to keep a very, very close eye on these other coxswains. And we have Santa Barbara again, just walking away with it here, opening up a little bit more water, really, really rowing well here. I mean, this is so smooth. These lightweights are so sharp and deliberate. Their catches going in as they're sliding forward, knees coming up and going down together. And they're keeping the boat moving between strokes here, and that's really the key, is to not stop or disrupt the boat as much as possible. And these lightweights here, especially in this Santa Barbara boat that we are seeing now, is doing so incredibly well. Now, we don't want to overlook, though, some of the challengers, like what we have in lane 2, UC Davis, starting to kind of challenge. That coxswain is sitting up very tall in their seat and just trying to make moves on Santa Barbara. And we still do have quite a bit of race left, so we will see if they can manage to pull that off.
Yeah, it does look like University of California, Davis. They've really had a great third 500. And looks like they just are on a charge here, seeing if they can maybe take away a little bit of that lead that UC Santa Barbara has. But man, what an advantage for those UC Santa Barbara rowers to be able to look down at the rest of the field and, make sure that they can really maintain the pace that they're at, not let Davis take away any of that lead. But it's tough. It's going to be tough. Those Aggies, they're going for it right now. Third 500. This is the tough spot. This is where it really gets hard mentally. It's where it really gets hard physically. This is where the fitness and the training all come into play. And these club programs really, have a lot of levels of variation in athletes and variation in coaching and resources. But when it comes down to race day, it all is a level playing field.
I couldn't have said it better myself. And it's so fun watching these lightweights just go for it, because I feel like lightweights always have like a little bit of extra grit. There's a little chip on their shoulder, just a little something that they always have to prove. And you could put a lightweight boat out there and say you're seat racing all day. You could put them in grand finals, petite finals, tell them they're doing 2Ks a day, and they're going to go out there and get it done. Lightweights just have a little X factor there that some other heavyweight crews just don't always have. And look, we're seeing it here in this UC Davis boat. They are absolutely not giving it up, and you can see the tenacity here in this UC Santa Barbara boat. He's trying to stay cool. He's trying to stay long as we come into this last 500 of the race. And you want a stroke seat that's going to be brave and keep his head cool like this. However, we have this UC Davis boat that is charging absolutely right now on this UC Santa Barbara boat.
And Whitney, one of the things that I can see, and that you can't see on the shoreline, but you can see on the live stream, the coxswain in that Davis boat, that is a lot of emotion coming out of that seat. So the coxswain is in the bow of the boat. They are facing the finish line. So they really, you know, that UC Santa Barbara coxswain, they have to be pretty sharp in order to make sure that they've got to make sure that they are keeping an eye on that Davis boat, because they are trying to mount a comeback here in these final stages. So UC Santa Barbara still holding on to the lead, maybe by about 4 seats over UC Davis. There's still a good amount of race course left, and as we've said, these fours are very responsive to change. We'll see what kind of sprint UC Davis can unleash, but right now it does look like the Gauchos still doing a great job holding on to that top spot, but keep your eye on lane 2.
Absolutely. As lane 2, UC Davis starts to come into view here, coming up against Santa Barbara, I would almost be a little bit wary of that coxswain moving around so much in the bow there, looking around, because that is a little bit disruptive to the speed of the boat. But it sure doesn't seem to be slowing them down right now, because they are making a heck of a charge here on Santa Barbara here in lane 1. Do they have enough water to hold them off?
You know, I think the Gauchos are going to hold on to this one. That is a sharp-looking crew in that lightweight 4. They've got amazing blade work. They're looking at a little bit of a cross headwind here as they come into the final stages. But that Santa Barbara boat, they're going to hold on to it. Gold medal for them in the Gaucho boat, followed by the Aggies just a little bit too late. But they did walk away with that silver medal, followed by Cal Lightweights here in 3rd, and then finally UC Irvine in 4th. Great racing there up front between UC Santa Barbara with the top spot in 7:15.0. UC Davis in 2nd with a time of 7:15.7.
And we have a start for the men's second Novice 8 grand final. Lane 1, Orange Coast College. Lane 2, Washington State University. Lane 3, UCLA. Lane 4, UC Davis. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 6, UC Irvine. And Lane 7, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And this should shape up to be quite a race. The second Novice 8s are always a very, very exciting race. And already we have a little bit of spread here, but it's still connected. I mean, this could be anybody's game here, the second Novice 8.
Yeah, and it's good to point out, too, that amongst these programs, there is only one varsity program, which is Orange Coast College. We can't talk enough about them and the prowess of their program, always going on to move their athletes into some of the higher level varsity programs, Division I programs across the nation. And certainly they're doing a nice job of showing their depth here out of Lane 1 as they do hold on to that top spot. In the second place position, it's going to be UC Davis. UC Davis, a program that has really seen some great results over the course of this season, looking at some good speed coming out of their novice program, showing that here in the second Novice 8. In third, it's going to be Washington State. Washington State rowing out of Spokane, Washington, a very strong and storied program in Washington State. In fourth, it's going to be UCLA. UCLA in lane 3. They have a few seats right now over both UC Santa Barbara, UC Irvine, and then Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. All right, great racing here up front by the Pirates of Orange Coast College. They just have no one around them as they continue to open up their lead. They look to have about 2.5 lengths of open water between themselves and UC Davis. In the third place position, it's going to be Washington State. And then behind them, chasing on the far outside lane, we haven't talked about them enough, is Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, the Mustangs. Rowing out of lane 7, they are currently in that fourth place position. In fifth, we're going to move back to the inside. That's UCLA. UCLA sitting just in front of UC Santa Barbara, and then finally UC Irvine. But man, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo here with 4 novice 8s and doing a great job right now besting a program like UCLA or UC Santa Barbara. I am looking at a great future for that program. So exciting to welcome them here to the WIRA Championships.
Now, you are so right about that. As we move into the 12:50 mark or so, varying degrees here, varying places in the race here as this field is spread out just a little bit, but we have Orange Coast College coming through the 12:50 or so. And one thing that makes this race a little bit special with these crews is that a lot of these crews will actually get to meet once again at ACRA or future races. So this is a very, very good benchmark for a lot of these crews to meet and be able to fine-tune a few things before they meet at the championships again in a few weeks. And that will be very exciting to see that. And not only that, but having such strong second novice 8s really speaks to the depth and the volume of each of these programs and the way that these coaches are really training from the bottom up and moving up these athletes into their better boats. And so this really speaks volumes to these programs here.
Right. And it's, you know, who really sticks around over the course of 4 years. I know Washington State has a fairly young program. They do have a few returners into their varsity program, but quite a few novices in the program that are really fueling the energy in that program. So we're seeing that here in the second novice 8. There is a lot going on in these club programs to keep these guys from coming back every single year and boosting their varsity programs. That is the wonderful thing about the novice level. Again, you could see some athletes that are walk-ons. This is their very first year of rowing, or they could be coming out of high school with a bit of experience. So kind of hard to tell. It could be all over the map. But Orange Coast, certainly with a caliber of athlete in that boat, you can see as they come down the race course in the white and orange, they are well ahead of the rest of the field, and certainly with quite a quality program there. And again, that is a varsity program, but a junior college. So always interesting to note their speed in their novices it's always just top tier and exciting to watch.
And you are right about that. As a former Coastie Pirate myself, I can attest to the way that these crews train. And these second novice 8s are treated no differently than any other boat in this program. So they get to go out and race 4 to 6 8s across almost every single day against every level of program. You know, from the top varsity 8s all the way down to, you know, the novice 8s and the 4s and stuff. And here, their fitness and their finesse is showing here, because in lane 1, the Pirates are walking away with this in that beautiful yellow M-Pocker, those orange hats, white blades glinting in the sun with that orange stripe. Go Coast across the line first in the men's second novice 8.
Well done, Coast. That did not look like a novice crew. That looked like a seasoned, more mature crew. So, wow, I can't wait to see them racing next year. But here we go. It is Davis in that second place position, just barely over the Cougars of Washington State. And then back behind them, it is UCLA in that third place position, followed by UC Santa Barbara, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and then finally UC Irvine. And Whitney coming up. This is probably some of my favorite racing here at the WIRA Championships. It's the pairs. So 2 people in a boat, one with a port oar, one with a starboard oar. A lot of these crews use the pair as a training tool throughout the season, but notoriously the most difficult boat to row because there's no coxswain. And the steering generally comes from the power on the port or the starboard side. Sometimes there is a steering mechanism that's in the boat, so they have a small rudder, but sometimes they don't. And they just use the power on the oars to make that boat go straight, which is probably the most difficult part of racing this boat, is keeping it moving in a straight fashion. So this is sure to be entertaining. We've got 7 boats on the course. There's going to be a lot going on. And right out of the gate, we are seeing a little bit of an iffy start coming out of lane 2, but they're on it. They're going. And in 7 boats, we're looking at Cal Maritime in lane 1. In lane 2, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 3 does look like it's open. That was a scratch. Lane 4, Sac State. Lane 5, University of Oregon. Lane 6, Arizona State, and lane 7, Washington State. So it was UC Santa Barbara. Looked like they had a little bit of a problem right off of the start. They're back at it and rowing cleanly. So we'll come back with the race call here in just a little bit and let the crews shake it out, get that adrenaline out, get down into their base pace, and we'll come back with the call. All right, with the race call here, your leader coming into the first 500 is going to be Sacramento State. That is their rowing club, Sac State Rowing Club, the men's program here. Notoriously strong and good program, fielding some good boats over the course of many years. So Sac State here with a strong pair. Their bow first across the line within the first 500 meters. They are followed by lane 1, Cal Maritime. They're in that dark boat with dark blades. They're just like a sneak attack out there in lane 1, just off of the stern deck of that Sac State boat. So Cal Maritime occupying the second place position. In third, though, pretty close to Cal Maritime, is going to be the University of Oregon. University of Oregon in that bright orange or red shell. So those are your top 3 crews. In fourth, it's going to be UC Santa Barbara, and then Arizona State and Washington State. All right, a little bit of a correction on my part. Again, these are small boats. They are spread all the way across 7 lanes. So, sometimes a little bit hard to see exactly what's happening. But what is clear, Sac State still out in front. Cal Maritime, and then it's actually Arizona that is in one of those top 2 or 3 positions. We'll get a little better, clearer picture as we come a little bit farther down the race course, but it does look like Arizona State possibly pushing themselves into the second place spot over Cal Maritime. In fourth, it's still going to be UC Santa Barbara. And then in fifth, it will be Washington State and then University of Oregon.
Now, as we start to make our way towards the 1,000-meter mark, I love that you said that it can be a little bit of a disadvantage because you don't have a coxswain in their steering. Now, some pairs back in the day actually did have a coxswain. There was a coxed pair event, and a lot of people actually did like that event very much. It was a lot of fun. They'd put their biggest guys, a lot of crews, a lot of countries would put their athletes in there that are very, very strong athletes that can row together. Obviously, this is what is considered the most difficult boat to row. But I would argue that some guys and women would actually say that it's an advantage to not have a coxswain and be able
100%.
To row with
a cox pair sounds terrible to me.
Exactly. I would agree with you there.
But it's already a heavy boat, and to add, no offense, add another body in there, that sounds like a very slow race. So,
and I think that's why they put the big guys in there, put the big athletes in there. But we are seeing quite a stellar performance here. Actually, not as many steering issues as we saw yesterday, and that I would expect, which really, again, speaks volumes about, I'm sure, the time and the amount of strokes that these athletes have taken together in this formation.
All right, and a great course here by Sac State as they come right down the center of the race course there in lane 4. Their closest competitor right now is going to be lane 6. That's Arizona State. Arizona State, the only rowing program for colleges in the entire state of Arizona. No surprise. They don't have a whole lot of water there, so they are rowing on the beautiful Tempe Town Lake, and then they come all the way out here to beautiful Lake Natoma, where one can row for thousands of meters. So in the third place position, we're going to move back over to the inside. It looks like UC Santa Barbara has done a nice job of overtaking Cal Maritime for the third place position. So they had a little bit of a shaky start, UC Santa Barbara did, but they've recovered, and now they're putting themselves actually into a medaling position.
And you are right about that. We are certainly keeping an eye on Arizona making that move against Santa Barbara as we come into the last 500 meters. But there is barely a ripple on this water. It is about 69 degrees here. We could not ask for better racing conditions. We have no headwind, no tailwind. There are no excuses for rowing on this course right now. And we are really seeing some beautiful rowing here in the pair. Maybe a little bit far to starboard side on Arizona State's side. They are getting a little bit close to those starboard buoys, which may hinder them just a little bit if they need to course correct. But they are making a little bit of headway on that Santa Barbara boat as we come into the last 300 or 400 meters.
Yeah, and we've talked about how responsive these small boats are, and that is very true for the pair. A lot can happen in the final stages of this race, but it does look to me as if Sac State is going to hold on to that top spot. They look really seasoned, very sharp technically. The Hornets doing a nice job holding on to that top spot as they come into the spectator area. This might be the top boat for their program. If you've got two athletes that are willing to dedicate themselves to training and to rowing that boat well, we're looking at that here with this Sac State boat. So well done to them as they come into the final 200 meters here. Sac State all the way to the line, followed by Arizona State, Santa Barbara, and then Cal Maritime, Washington State, and University of Oregon. All right, that was Cal Maritime coming across the line in fifth. Great testament to the keel haulers coming out here with a great pair in this grand final. And then finally, the University of Oregon rowing on Dexter Lake.
And next up, we have the women's pair grand final, which should be an equally exciting race here. In lane 1, St. Mary's. Lane 2, UC Irvine. Lane 3, UC Irvine A. Lane 4, St. Mary's A. Lane 5, USC. And lane 6, Arizona State B. And as we get up to the blocks here and see the start, we will keep you updated as soon as these women blast out of the blocks here. Should be an equally exciting race. Very exciting to see these pairs out here. And one thing I have to say I really like about the pair is that more smaller programs can have a strong pair, because most programs can have two athletes, that can work well together. You don't need an entire 8 to come out and compete. You only need 2 athletes that can put out a very, very strong pair. So we can see a lot of these smaller clubs or newer clubs bringing athletes to regattas like this to race.
That's right. But, of those 2 athletes, they have to be pretty well matched, because that boat, again, is very responsive. The steering is coming from the power on the blades. To keep that boat straight really is an art form, and it takes a lot of hours in the boat. It's also very sensitive to balance. We've got, it's a it's a very tricky boat to row. It's a very tricky boat to row well. But what we've seen is that it's a much more popular boat to row for training and for selection. So for seat selection, a lot of coaches will use the pair as a way to see true speed from each individual athlete.
Absolutely. You cannot hide in a pair, can you? And even now it looks like across the 500-meter mark, we have 4 boats connected still, very, very evenly matched. It's looking like lane 1, St. Mary's, lane 3, UC Irvine A, lane 4, St. Mary's A, and it looks like lane 5 here, University of Southern California. That is USC, the Trojans here. So all 4 of those boats connected with USC just ever so slightly behind.
And really cool to see USC out here with, again, this is part of their club program. And a lot of programs across the country, like Washington State, for example, it's a men's club program, but they also welcome women to row at the club level. So maybe, not quite able to row at the varsity level. Obviously, USC as a top tier Pac-10 conference program. So really great to be able to have women join the club program. And they're doing quite a nice job here. That USC program coached by a very seasoned coach, John Cates. He's done a great job on the men's side. And this is wonderful to see this women's pair out here doing a nice job, currently in the 4th place position. But up front, it is going to be St. Mary's St. Mary's B in the top spot, followed by UC Irvine sitting just ahead of St. Mary's A. So those are your top 3 crews.
Very interesting to watch this St. Mary's B crew, because look how much higher rating it looks like they're at. Really, really interesting. We're going to see if, I'm not sure if we can get some numbers on that, but it looks like they are rated much higher than some of these other crews, but they're really going for it. And we are going to see, obviously, in just a little bit, if that is something that is sustainable for them, or if some of these other crews at a slightly lower rate might be able to sneak up on them. Again, that slow burn through the body of the race.
Well, actually, sometimes it's perception. So, Whitney, I have both St. Mary's boats clocked at 36 strokes a minute, which to me, that's pretty high for this small boat. But the athletes might be, really putting the charge on between the 2 St. Mary's boat. There's probably a little bit of inter-squad rivalry and bragging rights, and right now it does look like the B boat has the upper hand. And if they came out of heats, well, they earned that lane 1 spot, right? Based on time, based on finishes. And who's really looking good, though, is that lane 3 UC Irvine boat. They look very patient. They've got great technique and catches. So well done job here to the Anteaters. But they are looking at a charge coming out of lane 4. That A boat from St. Mary's is really tenacious. They've got a nice long stroke and, like we talked about, a higher stroke rating. So that St. Mary's A boat trying to see if they can challenge both UC Irvine and the B boat from St. Mary's. And we're seeing a little bit of a mosquito fleet out there. We've got a lot of boats out on the water, so we're trying to keep track of everyone. All right, so your top crews right now, St. Mary's B, followed by UC Irvine and St. Mary's A. With USC chasing, could they put themselves into a medaling position, that USC boat? So we'll keep an eye on them rowing out of lane 5. They are followed by UC Irvine B, and then also Arizona State B. So a lot of action out here, but a lot of spread in between boats. It's just a matter of trying to kind of keep track of where they are on the race course. With these small boats, sometimes it's a little bit harder to tell. If you've got some binoculars, now is a good time to bring those out.
And as we come across the 1,500-meter mark, it's looking like St. Mary's B still slightly ahead of UCI A. And again, trailing, but not by much, is St. Mary's A. So 2 St. Mary's boats here in the top 3 spots. But we have lane 3, UCIA, making a very cool, calm, and calculated move against St. Mary's here. A little bit of a steering correction here. We just went over a buoy in lane 3, so we're going to see if they can get back to the center of their lane without too much disruption. And it looks like St. Mary's has taken a little bit of advantage of that and pushed away just a bit. So again, we'll see in just a few strokes if UCI can make up that water or not. But really, really smart move there in lane 1. St. Mary's taking advantage of that little blip in the steering.
Yeah, and St. Mary's, that's a program that trains on Briones Reservoir, same body of water as Cal trains on. So there is a lot going on out there in Moraga in terms of boat speed, and St. Mary's showing that right now with these top 2 athletes coming in along the shoreline, holding on to the lead from start to finish. But we're going to keep our eye on that Irvine boat because these guys are mounting a charge in these final strokes. And like I've said, these boats are very responsive to change, very quick to pick up the speed. So keep your eye on these 2 crews as they come all the way down to the finish. It only matters what happens at the finish line. And right now, that St. Mary's boat has got to keep their eye on lane 3. Let's see what they've got in the tank as they wind it up here for the final strokes of this grand final in the women's pair.
Now, I love the composure here in lane 3. This UCI boat is, look how cool and calm and collected they are. Just absolutely confident that they are going to try to take over this lane 1 here. Look at this.
That's what I call a sneak attack from the middle of the pack. Wow, great job there by the Anteaters, just waiting until the final moments when it matters, taking that gold medal. St. Mary's B holding on to that 2nd place position, St. Mary's A in 3rd. So great job for the St. Mary's program overall. Here comes USC with the 4th place position, followed by UC Irvine B, and then finally Arizona State. Just as the wind comes in, we've got a little bit of a side cross headwind here. So a little change in the conditions, definitely nothing that these athletes can't handle. And we are nearing the end of a wonderful day of racing here at Lake Natoma. We've got 5 more races currently underway right now, though, is the men's double. This is the grand final for the men's double with 6 boats on the course. In lane 1, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 2, University of Puget Sound. Lane 3, Sac State. Lane 4, Cal Poly Humboldt. Lane 5, Seattle University. And lane 6, UC Davis. Now, traditionally, you don't see a lot of sculling boats in collegiate racing. You do at the junior level. In fact, that's quite a bit of focus for junior rowing programs is the sculling boats, meaning that you have both a port side and a starboard side blade for those of you who might be new to the sport of rowing and watching for the first time online. So this is a little bit different as each athlete has 2 oars and a little speedier boat, a little easier to steer than the previous race that we saw with the pair. And a high level of technical acuity is needed to make these boats go fast. And right now, the boat that's doing the best job, just as we saw in the pair, is Sacramento State. So Sac State doing a nice job right now in the lead position in this men's double. They're sitting bow to stern right now over lane 2, University of Puget Sound, and UC Santa Barbara. So those are your top 3 boats. Puget Sound and Santa Barbara pretty much even with each other right now. In 4th, it's going to be Cal Poly Humboldt. They're sitting bow to stern over Seattle University. And then back just by a bit of open water in 6th, it's going to be UC Davis.
And just past the 500-meter mark, it looks like Sac State is still our leader here, followed by Puget Sound, followed by UC Santa Barbara, but not by much. Those crews are almost even, with Santa Barbara trailing just a little bit, maybe a seat or so. And even as we sit here moving into the 750 or so, we can feel that wind start to whip up just a little bit. I'm sure you felt that on the shore here. And know that if you are on the shore feeling that wind, it looks like a little bit of a crosswind, it seems. So coming across the course there, it's going to be a little bit windier for those athletes out there racing. And they are going to have to be adaptable and adjust out there. And so, Adrian, can you tell me a little bit about what you might do if you're out there and you can feel the wind that's a quite strong crosswind like this in a small boat? What adjustments are you going to be making?
Yeah, you want to really make sure that you pay close attention to the catches. I mean, you've got to pay close attention to that always. But right where these athletes are at in the race course, there's a little bit more exposure coming from the wind as they come into a little bit more open area, and then it gets a little bit more protected. And then as we come towards the finish line, a little bit more exposure to that wind. So paying close attention to blade placement is going to be crucial to make sure that your boat is being as efficient as possible. And right now, man, I'm looking at 3 bow balls straight across in lanes 1, 2, and 3. UC Santa Barbara, Puget Sound, and Sac State. Sac State still just barely holding on to that lead, maybe just by a half a seat.
And there we go, just past the 1,000-meter mark. These athletes have to have so much poise on the seats. They have to keep their bodies so still and try not to disrupt the movement and the forward motion of these boats. And if you can look at the screen here, of course, you can't tell quite from here on the shoreline, but on our screen, we can see the disruption of the bows moving forward and back or plunging into the water. And the goal here for these athletes is to keep the bow ball moving forward. You want to keep that momentum moving forward at all times. And these athletes right now are sitting very poised on this seat. It's going to be a battle of wills here. Who's going to have a little bit more finesse, because they're clearly evenly matched on power here.
Yeah, but that technique coming out of that Sac State boat is really, really quite good. They look to be very solid. And again, with the steering, you know, we've talked a little bit about the advantage of having a coxswain. Well, these boats don't have a coxswain, so it's really up to the bow person to give instruction. It's up to the bow person to give instruction on, you know, their course. Of course, this is a fully buoyed course, so there's not that much to say. I mean, if you come out of your lane, it's really easy to see. But in terms of race tactics, it's up to that bow person to give the direction. And we can see that that Sac State boat has a level of intensity that's really coming into play right now, because UC Santa Barbara in lane 1 is putting up a charge here to see if they can come back, take a little bit of that lead away from Sac State. Falling back to 3rd, it's going to be University of Puget Sound, but still in contact.
Exactly. I was just going to say the same thing. That Sac State boat in first place, you can see that bow seat just looking over at that UC Santa Barbara boat and trying to keep a cool head, but at the same time urge his stroke seat on to continue to push and push and push as we take a look at the rest of the field here. What are we seeing here?
Yeah, it's lane 4, Cal Poly Humboldt. They're in that 4th place spot, sitting bow to stern over Seattle University, and then back by open water, it's going to be UC Davis. So that rounds out the field, and then really just kind of 2 races going on here. The top 3 boats up front, and then places 4, 5, and 6 behind them by open water. So I don't expect that there to be that much change in that placement, but you never know. What a great race here, heating up between Sac State and Santa Barbara. It's going to come down to the wire here. These boats are so quick to respond, but I am still really looking at that Sac State boat as having a high level of technical expertise as they continue to hold off the charge from the Gauchos. So looking next across the shoreline here, take a look at the bright yellow jerseys there of Santa Barbara. Can they do it? Can they take away that lead that Sac State has held from the very beginning, or can the Hornets hold on to it? Taking a look at a little bit of a course correction here from that Santa Barbara boat as they come into the final strokes. It is looking solid for Sac State to come and take this race from start to finish. Gold medal position for them. Hometown crew, let's hear it for Sac State here with this beautiful looking double, doing a nice job winding it up here and executing a perfect race. All right, here comes University of Puget Sound, Cal Poly Humboldt in fourth, just holding off Seattle University, and then UC Davis. Okay, and we are underway in almost the last race of the day. This is the women's double grand final. We've got 6 boats on the course with Stanford in lane 1, UC Irvine B in lane 2, UC Santa Barbara lane 3, in lane 4, University of Oregon, lane 5, Chico State, and lane 6, UC Davis. And already we see our leader well out in front. That is Stanford in lane 1. They already have an open water advantage, and we see a lot of separation between these crews, and we are not quite at the halfway mark. So Stanford well out in front. They are followed by lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. And then in the third place position, it's going to be UC Davis. Those are your top 3 boats, Stanford, Santa Barbara, and Davis. Back behind them by a few lengths of open water, it's going to be places 4, 5, and 6. UC Irvine B, University of Oregon, and then Chico State. And Whitney and I were talking about this Stanford boat. That is the lightweight program from Stanford University. And the double is one of the premier events that they race in their championship event at the IRAs. So later on in the spring, their crew most likely, will qualify to race at the IRA championships. And part of the program for the lightweight women is it's a varsity 8, a varsity 4, and the varsity double. So this is a boat that they focus on in training. And again, with a lot of the junior rowing throughout the United States, they focus on sculling. So you're seeing a lot of people coming into these programs with a high level of sculling experience. And certainly we see that here with this Stanford boat, looking really strong up against the shoreline. A testament to the speed of their program. We're going to be looking at the finish times for them, and the coaches taking a look at the relative speed as we see some good times coming out on the water here at Lake Natoma.
Absolutely, you were right about that. Speaking to Stanford and their coach Antonella Kugler, who is very excited to see some of their upcoming races. They get a few more races here before they get to head out to IRAs, and that will be very, very exciting. So they do have a few more races to kind of make a few tweaks and kind of see if this is what they're going to do and what they're going to put out there for IRAs. Again, very exciting to see them come out and race all the heavyweights. That's always a fun time for us spectators. And I'm sure for the lightweights too, kind of throw some punches at those heavyweight crews. And boy, have they done it this weekend.
That's right. And I would correct you with heavyweights. I think it's open weights for the women.
Pardon me. You're absolutely right. I have been a men's coxswain for so long. It's part of my language here. But you are absolutely right about that.
So in this women's grand final for the double, you see Stanford, they're just by themselves up there. This is really kind of a time trial for them, and really it might be. So again, talking about the heats that we had yesterday to this grand final. Now they're racing for lanes yesterday, and today they want to see, how much faster can we get between the heats and the finals. Obviously, conditions might change just a little bit. We've seen that a bit here today with a little bit of a cross headwind, but right now Stanford looking unbothered really by anything. No competitors around them. Beautiful straight course, excellent racing. The closest competitor to them is going to be coming out of lane 3. That's UC Santa Barbara. Also with a bow to stern, maybe a little bit of open water over UC Davis.
And through about the 1250, we are looking at UCI, University of Oregon, and Chico State in that fourth, fifth, and sixth place position, although Chico State starting to make a little bit of a move against University of Oregon here. Now, they do have the advantage in a way of being right next to each other because the rest of the field is very spread out. So they get to look their adversary in the eye and say, look, we are going to make a move. We cannot sit here. It is now or never. So as we kind of start to move towards that last 500, they're going to have to start making some decisions here. And it looks like Chico State has done just that.
Yeah, the Wildcats there of Chico State. They've got a program that has kind of come up and down throughout the years. Again, as many club programs, they might see some changes in coaching and in resources. They row on a beautiful body of water, a reservoir there just outside, a bit of ways from the campus. But it is great to see them here, a perennial entry at the WIRA Championships. But man, take a look at that. The drone actually has to fly all the way up the course to be able to just even get a shot of that Stanford boat, because they're kind of in a whole separate dimension, I think. So take a look at this crew as they come along into their final strokes. What a beautiful looking boat there, Whitney. That is really classy, and we look at them as being the standard here in collegiate sculling.
Absolutely. In some galaxies, we would call that a horizon. And we are looking at lane 1 on our screen. Stanford looking absolutely unbothered, as you said before, at this beautiful performance. We're going to see what kind of sprint they even decide to throw down, because they are absolutely looking at the rest of the field and what kind of statement they are going to make here, just putting their exclamation point on this race to top it off and take the gold. I don't know that we can really argue, unless something happens. It is not over until it is over, as we say, but it would be difficult, assuming nothing happens, to say that they will not run away with the gold here.
Yeah, I think it's looking pretty strong for them. I had them clocked at about 35 strokes a minute for the body of their race. Not much of a necessity to sprint, but again, I think that some of this could just be more like a time trial for them, knowing that they're looking solidly in that lead. They want to see what kind of time they can throw down, because that really will inform them for the rest of the season. So here they go. It's the Cardinal. First across the line here in the grand final of the women's double.
And I don't know, taking a look at them, it looks like they might be willing to turn around and do another one. They don't even look gassed after that.
All right, and here we go. This is UC Santa Barbara, the Gauchos, coming in for that second place position. All the way out there in lane 6, it's going to be Davis in the third place spot. So those are your top 3 crews. And then rounding out the competition, it's going to be UC Irvine B, followed by Chico State and University of Oregon. And well done to Stanford in the double, winning with a time of 7:58.9. In second place, UC Santa Barbara with a time of 8:42.4. UC Davis in third with a time of 8:53.5. All right, and here we go with the men's novice 4 grand final. This is the event that had the most entries across the board. Yesterday we had 3 heats of 7 and 6 boats, and so progressing from the heats, really, really competitive just to get here into this grand final. So we'll give you the lineup. In lane 1, UCLA. Lane 2, USC. Lane 3, Sac State. Lane 4, Washington State. Lane 5, UC Davis, and lane 6, UC Irvine. And your early leader in the opening stages here of this race is going to come out of lane 6. That's UC Irvine. So again, a lot of overlap. There is the very early stages, the opening meters here of this race, but Irvine with the hottest start. Behind them by about 4 seats is going to be USC. USC sitting about 2 seats right now over UCLA. Just behind UCLA, maybe by about a seat, it's going to be Sac State. And then in the 5th place spot, it will be Davis, followed by Washington State. So we'll keep an eye right now on the movement of these crews, as it's sure to change a bit as we progress further down the field. But the Anteaters of Irvine looking like they want to get out in front and stay out in front. So we'll keep an eye on them. Lane 6, Irvine is your leader. Wow, great racing here between lanes 1 and 2, UCLA and USC. USC just barely holding on to a lead over UCLA. So USC in 2nd place, but maybe just by about a bow ball right now over UCLA. Just off of the stern deck of the USC boat, it's going to be Sac State. So Sac State in one of those top 4 positions, maybe being able to move themselves into a medaling position. But man, the Anteaters out there in lane 6 doing a nice job just holding on to that top spot. Again, we've talked about the coxswain needing to be very aware in the bow seat of where they are at on the race course relative to the other crews. Whitney, you can speak to that as having been a coxswain and how difficult that is when you're in the lead position.
You know, I love that you said that, because I was also just looking at this UCI crew just rowing beautifully. I mean, the composure here in this novice 4 does not look like a novice 4 to me. And if I'm the lead coxswain here, especially in a bow loader, you have such a small field of vision here in that little cockpit that you really can't see behind you, and you almost pass the buck to the viewing to your stroke seat. So you really have to rely on your stroke seat just a little bit to maybe tell you they're coming or somebody's making a move, because you really can't see what's going on beside you, just next to you, but you can feel that energy of these other boats on your heels. And so you have to trust that they're all hunting you at the same time, but also stay calm, cool, and collected. And as we cross the 1,000, it's looking like UC Irvine is still holding that lead, but we do not want to overlook, again, UCI. So this coxswain, I hope, is looking all the way across the course at lane 1, UCLA.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that UCLA may be a little bit more patient in the first half of this race. Does look like they've taken over the lead from Irvine. So UCLA patient in the start. You don't have to have the fastest start. It should be clean, because that really sets the tone for the rest of the race. And I think that's exactly what the Bruins have done. As they push themselves into that lead position, UC Irvine just behind them, but again, all the way over in lane 6. Behind UC Irvine, it's going to be USC. USC with a very strong novice program this year. They seem to have about a 2 to 3 seat lead right now over Sac State. And then in the 5th place spot, it will be Davis and Washington State.
And you know, one thing that's been really fun to watch over and over again is to see these coaches' styles a little bit and how they're coaching their crews to make it through these 2,000 meters. Because Coach Marcel Stiffy here has done a really fabulous job of not only making his crews extremely fit, but also this slow burn, patient race in the body of the race is so phenomenal. We're seeing it time and time again. It's like a stick of dynamite that's ready to go off when that sprint starts, because they are just slow burning through this race as they walk through these other crews. But UCI is definitely not giving up.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty close here between UCLA and UC Irvine. I'm still going to give the advantage right now to UCLA, as they look to have a little bit lower of a stroke rate, maybe a little longer stroke than that UCI boat. So we'll see if they can hold on to it all the way through the final stages here of this 2,000 meter race. It will be the Bruins with their bow first across the line with 500 meters to go. Great patient racing there from this novice boat. Looking very technically adept as they come into the final stages. We're going to wind up the stroke rate here a little bit. We'll see if the Anteaters can come back and maybe take a little bit of that lead away. But the Bruins, they are strong and focused.
Now, I was just going to ask you about the same question here. Let's say that you are in that UCLA boat and you see that you are walking through UC Irvine all the way on the outside and you are watching your competition fall behind you just a little bit. How much energy are you feeling as you start walking through your competition and watching the rest of the field behind you?
Oh, yeah, it's a confidence builder. And coming into that sprint, again, you want to be able to really hold on to the technique, because it's not just about bringing the stroke rate up, it's about making the boat go faster. That's the most important part. And UCLA doing a nice job here, still looking really, really solid against the shoreline. As they come in, you can see those beautiful blue blades flashing. They've got this one wrapped up, I believe. UC Irvine all the way out there, still in that second place spot. Great racing for them, for the Anteaters. But man, look at this race for third between USC and Sac State. This is quite a race between these two crews. They have been neck and neck, side by side this whole way. So we're going to take a look as we watch UCLA wrap it up in that top spot. The Anteaters chasing USC, and Sac State almost dead even.
You know, this is why it's so fun to watch novice racing, because sometimes you see these novices just pull a card out of nowhere and throw it down in a sprint like this. Like what we are seeing now, is this lane 1 or lane 6? I have to give it to the Bruins. Phenomenal sprint here by the Bruins, followed by UCI.
And USC in third, just ahead of Sac State. Great racing there for that third place spot. They really pushed each other all the way to the line. UC Davis coming in fifth here, followed by Washington State.
And we have a start of the Women's Novice 4 Grand Final. In lane 1, St. Mary's. Lane 2, Santa Clara. Lane 3, University of San Diego. Lane 4, Washington State. Lane 5, University of Portland. And lane 6, Orange Coast College. And we have all boats still connected and clean off the line. As we get through these high strokes here and see the settle into the body of the race, we will give you some better placings. But right now, all boats connected with Orange Coast College in lane 6, just ever so slightly trailing. Canvases overlapped with University of Portland in lane 5, who is bow ball to bow ball with Washington State. I'm going to give a little bit of an edge to University of San Diego and St. Mary's in lanes 1 and 3. I'm going to give them a seat or so lead on the rest of the field here, but lane 2, Santa Clara still connected, kind of trying to sandwich in between the two, and I'm sure we'll keep both of them, keep one eye open on both of those crews as they try to squeeze in between and see if they can make a move on there. But it looks like we have 2 races going on here in just the very, very early stages off the blocks. I'm sure we will see things start to spread out a little bit as they get comfortable in the middle of the race here. But again, our current leader, University of San Diego, matched very closely with St. Mary's in lane 1, followed by Santa Clara in lane 2, followed by University of Portland in lane 5, and then matched fairly evenly here, lanes 4 and 6. That is Washington State and Orange Coast College.
Yeah, and coming out of the heats yesterday, St. Mary's did have a fast time, actually by quite a bit over the rest of the field. So, again, they might have had a heat that was a little bit more competitive, so really pushed them to come out with a really fast time there. University of San Diego, maybe not as much in their heat. So, again, it's hard sometimes to show the true speed of a crew until you get to a stage like the grand final. And with novice rowing, you can see a lot of inconsistencies throughout the course of a weekend. But of course, you know, you want to be able to see some good, solid side-by-side racing. And we're seeing that here with St. Mary's and University of San Diego just really neck and neck with each other. So they're up front. Back behind them by a bit of open water, Santa Clara. Santa Clara pulling down the second fastest time out of the heats yesterday. So they are in one of those top 3, in the top 3 of those positions. Back to them by open water. It's going to be University of Portland, and then Orange Coast and Washington State. Now, last year in this particular event, St. Mary's was the second place finisher, followed by Santa Clara. So there is certainly a history there of doing quite well at this in this novice event. This event, the Women's Novice 4, had 21 total entries, so the most subscribed to event of the entire WIRA Championship, with three heats of 7 boats across, so really, really competitive to get into this grand final.
And as we were saying before, as we move into the 1,000-meter mark, so just getting a little bit closer to halfway here. The beauty of novice rowing is that we do see the spread here, but you never really know when a novice boat is going to find another gear. And that's kind of the beauty of novice rowing. So we do have some crews that have come in with athletes with a lot more experience. Some of them could have rowed for 4 years in high school already. Some of them could be walk-ons. So the mix makes it really, really fun to watch this kind of racing. And again, you never know just when these crews are going to come together and find that gear. It could be at the 1250, it could be at the sprint, it could be an extra move that they have a little extra juice for. But this novice racing is always just so exciting. And again, we're seeing it here. Lane 1, St. Mary's, really battling it out with lane 3, University of San Diego.
Yeah, the St. Mary's crew, that is a really good-looking boat here. They look very speedy, they look strong, and they look consolidated. I think with novice rowing, that's one of those things that you want to see is where's the technique at? Where's the blade work at? And you want to see, efficiency. I think that's what I'm looking at right now with that St. Mary's boat. University of San Diego also doing quite well. They have a very powerful crew. You can see the power coming off of the blades, maybe a little bit more length in the San Diego boat. So going to be a good race as they come down the race course at us at about 750 meters to go.
I'm really glad you said that because I'm here watching St. Mary's on my screen, and they're actually sitting up quite tall already and bringing their arms all the way into them. So that could be an advantage if they're getting their blades in and out together and punching with the hips a little bit more, driving with the hips. But then we look over here at University of San Diego, who is starting to make a little bit of a move on them and swinging out just a little bit more, opening up those hips, maybe spending a little bit more time in the water, which may be helping them here kind of overtake St. Mary's, but they haven't done it quite yet. We'll see.
Yeah, and if you're watching at home and you're looking at the screen, sometimes the angles can be a little bit deceiving. So it makes it look as if, depending on where you're at on the course, that some of the crews might be just at a little bit of a different position, but it does look like St. Mary's is holding on to that top spot. Just a couple of seats right now over the Toreros of University of San Diego. Now back behind those two top boats by open water, just kind of by themselves. They've got a lot of open water in front, a lot of open water behind, is the Broncos from Santa Clara. So great job here with their novice program. Again, they row on beautiful Lexington Reservoir and the Santa Cruz Mountains, and they very small school, so they will come back out here in a couple of weeks to race against University of San Diego and St. Mary's at the Western Conference Championships. But St. Mary's right now still holding on just by about one seat now over the University of San Diego. And now those two crews dead even. Coming into the spectator area, let's get down to the beach for these novices. It's going to be tight all the way. Can St. Mary's hold on to it? San Diego looks like they are just burning it up here. They're just going to find that extra gear as they right now are just pulling ahead. One seat right now over St. Mary's.
And what a race we are seeing here. Neither of these crews have brought a knife to a gunfight because they are dueling at high noon here out on the race course of beautiful Lake Natoma here. That is St. Mary's and University of San Diego really throwing down. This is their turf here, and they are going to try to take over St. Mary's in lane 1, and look at the fire coming out of lane 3. Let's keep an eye on the blue flames over there in lane 3.
That's right. The Toreros putting it together when it matters. Great job with executing that sprint right at the proper time. And here we go. It's the Toreros first across the line. The Gales of St. Mary's in second, followed by the Broncos from Santa Clara. This is the women's novice 4. And rounding out this race, this is the Pilots, University of Portland in 4th, followed by Orange Coast College and Washington State. And well done to the University of San Diego, taking that top spot in a time of 7:57.3, followed by St. Mary's in a time of 7:59.1. And again, if you are looking for official results, everything that we say up here is technically unofficial. So look for the official times from clockcaster.com. And here we go, final race of the day, race number 70, the one that you've all been waiting for, the men's lightweight novice 4 grand final with 3 boats on the course. California lightweights in lane 1, Cal Maritime, the keel haulers in lane 2, and the Gauchos of UC Santa Barbara in lane 3. 3-boat race. Let's wait for it. It's going to wrap it up in fine fashion here at the Western Intercollegiate Rowing Association Championships. We thank everyone for being great spectators. Make sure to take care of your area, clean up any trash that you have, clean up the beach, put your chairs away. Let's make it easy for the Aquatic Center to keep this race course in fine form for the next many weekends to come of championship racing. All right, we're in the very early stages here of this final race of the day, the men's lightweight novice 4. We've got 3 boats across, and to be honest, there's not that much space in between each boat. Hard to tell right now who even is in the lead, but I'm going to give the slight advantage to lane 2, Cal Maritime. Cal Maritime looks like they have about a half a seat right now over lane 1, Cal Lightweights. Back to Cal Lightweights by a couple of seats is going to be your third place crew, UC Santa Barbara. So all boats approaching 500 meters gone. All right, and that boat in lane 1, Cal Lightweights, they look to have overtaken the keel haulers of Cal Maritime for the top place position. It does look like Cal Lights have about a 4-seat advantage right now over Cal Maritime, and Cal Maritime with 3 seats over UC Santa Barbara. So still pretty tight. We're still in the early stages here, not quite at the halfway point, so we'll keep an eye on these novice boats, but these are lightweights, so none of these guys over 155 pounds.
And as we approach the 1,000-meter mark, this is the race that I have been waiting for all weekend. I don't know about you. If I were a betting woman, I would put my money on Cal Lightweights. But the beauty of lightweight rowing, especially in these novice 4s too, is you never know what is going to happen. So I could place a lot of money on lane 1, Cal Lights here, just by the way that they're rowing a little bit longer, spending a little bit more time in the water there. But the excitement comes in the second half of the race, which we are entering now, and is going to be based on fitness and finesse and the true grit that these men's lightweight novice 4s have to show for us. So we will see what they throw down in the third 500 of this race. Right now, we are still leading with Cal Lights, followed closely by lane 2, Cal Maritime, and lane 3, UC Santa Barbara.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of grit and determination coming out of that Cal Lightweight boat there in lane 1. They are looking for a bit of open water right now over Cal Maritime. So Cal Lights rowing on the beautiful Oakland estuary. I believe they are rowing out of the Jack London Aquatic Center area. Cal Maritime, though, they are located in the Vallejo Marina. They train on the Carquinez Strait, really a unique area to row for sure. Quite a bit of industrial traffic out there, so certainly a challenge. But doing a nice job here in this lightweight 4, continuing to hold off UC Santa Barbara.
Now, you notice that some of these coxswains in these bow loader fours are sitting up a little bit taller, and you do see it, I think, a little bit more in some of these novice races. But when you are sitting that low in the bow, you want to keep in mind, too, that your coxswain is actually at horizon level, and sometimes you get the glare of the water there, which can make it a little bit challenging to stay dead center in that lane there. So a lot of these coxswains you can see are kind of peeking up over the bow of their boats there, so they may be getting a little bit of glare on the water. Doesn't seem to be affecting anything too much. Our places haven't changed. We are still leading with lane 1, again, Cal Lightweights. And it looks like their coxswain's sitting in like a lazy boy up here. Looks quite comfortable in the bow here. Cool as a cucumber coming through the 1,500 meter mark. They are still very comfortably in the lead. So if they can maintain this amount of poise and confidence here coming into the last 500, then I'm going to keep my money, keep my chips on lane 1, Cal Lights.
And, you know, something that's really interesting to note as we wrap up this regatta is that these are student athletes with the emphasis on student. These programs that we're seeing coming down the race course, we've got Cal Maritime, one of the top universities in the country, one of the most difficult to get into, and 92% of its graduates go on to full-time career-related positions within 6 months of graduation. I mean, it is incredibly hard to go through a program like that and have an extracurricular activity as time-consuming and difficult as rowing. So really, you know, no matter whether you're first place or last place, there is a lot to be said for the dedication of these athletes. So Cal Maritime there in that second place spot, still leading over UC Santa Barbara, of course, one of the top UC schools, one of the top colleges in the nation, really. And again, with quite a few boats here at the WIRA Championships, probably one of the largest teams that we'll see over the course of the weekend. But here they go, the Cal Lightweights, the Golden Bears, wrapping up this regatta in lane 1. Golden Bears looking golden. Final strokes here in the men's novice lightweight 4.
Well, you said it here first. As we come up to the last few strokes, the Cal Lightweights should be very proud of this row that they have shown us all today, followed very closely by Cal Maritime, and you can feel the excitement here in that Cal Lightweight 4. They are thrilled to be crossing that line first. Cal Maritime equally excited to be crossing the line second, and Santa Barbara, we will see how they feel. Congratulations to these 3 men's lightweight novice 4s, giving us a show here and wrapping up our weekend here at Lake Natoma.
And congratulations to all crews, coaches, athletes. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for coming out and supporting these amazing student athletes. Again, clean up your area, take a look around, make sure that all the trash is off of the beach and that you put your chairs away back under the tent. And we thank you for a great day of racing at Lake Natoma.